So it's the 32nd record conference. There are lots of you who are old timers, some who have been here but have not been here. We just discussed that Helen was here with her contribution, but not in presence. And those who are here know how fun it can be. I don't have to encourage you to be active. You always are. Newcomers, I encourage to be both very active in this room and outside in the social program. The program this year is you will see that there's a lot on the payment systems, which due to the technology developments now moved into the center stage of our discussions, both on the payments and on the monetary policy implications for the monetary policy. We have two very good keynote speakers, Helen, who will speak at lunch today. It's going to be fine. It's going to be 25 degrees, so not too warm. We will not be able to present the slides in the sun, but you'll get something printed out if I understand well. And she'll talk about the internationalization and digitalization of currencies. And then Catherine Schenk, who will speak tomorrow about public and private interests in the architecture of global payments. Then, in addition, we have tomorrow a panel that I chair, which will be on the stablecoins and monetary policy, very, very topical thing. There are papers being written right now about it, and we still don't know exactly what the growth of stablecoins might mean for the monetary policy. So it's going to be very interesting to discuss that tomorrow. Of course, we have not forgotten the bread and butter topics for central bankers. We have the four academic papers, one on the transmission of monetary policy shocks when the inflation is high. After a long time, it was high this time. The safety net aspects of central bank balance sheets in times of financial crisis. And then two topics which are particularly important, I would say, for my future employer. One is on the exchange rate pass-through in the euro area, and the other one on the sovereign debt and financial integration in the European Union. And then we have another, I think, three topics that are very much discussed also these days. One is central bank independence, whether it's under threat or not. Very nice panel there. I'm looking at Jacob. And then we have one on the housing affordability. Some will say what central banks can do about the housing affordability. Well, we'll see. We'll hear from the panel if there is anything that they can do. I'm sure that Yanis already has an idea what we can do, a little bit at least. And the third is on the private credit and then private equity. Another worry these days, particularly in the terms of the financial stability. So I think it's a good program. Again, it's my last conference, as you know, and in this capacity, I have been together with Tomislav running this conference for the last 30 years. But I hope I'll be invited again with a different badge. When we started to run this conference 30 years ago, phones had a wire, and the best ones had an antenna. And the stable coins was basically the money that you had to have in your pocket to pay the parking meter at Pile. The parking. Today it's very different. That's why we discuss this new landscape of a payment system. So the world has become better, and I'm sure that in the next 30 years, at this conference, they will discuss even better world than it is today. We had lots of fun here, as you know. Songs were one of the great things in this conference. We even have an anthem which we will sing tomorrow at the boat, and we sang many of them invented here. I remember some from the Eurozone crisis. When Lucas Papademos, my predecessor, was here. Papademos, tell me the truth. Papademos, you and I cry. Or the one for Angela. Oh, Angie, don't you weep, all your wounds still taste sweet. I hated sadness in your eyes. But today, But today, although I'm departing for a new professional destination on Monday in Frankfurt, I can assure you that the Dubrovnik Economic Conference will stay for next 30 or more years. So I'd just like to paraphrase a great Gershwin classic as another song. Uh, the Dubrovnik Economic Conference is here to stay. Together, we're going a long, long way. In time that rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble. They're only made of clay, but the debt is here to stay. So thank you again for coming here and have a good conference.
So, where are the presenters? Where are you sitting? Phone? Like that? Okay, okay. So, again, good morning, everyone. So, it is my great privilege to open the working part of the conference with two excellent papers. Actually, both papers will hit the very core of the central banker's business. The one is dealing with the exchange rate pass through, and the other with the monetary policy transmission. So, first paper and first presenter is Mr. Fabio Canova. Fabio Canova from Norwegian Business School, and he will present the paper co-authored by Mr. Fernando Perez Ferrero from Central Reserve Bank of Peru. Unfortunately, Mr. Perez Ferrero is not here with us, but he will be well represented by Mr. Canova. And the second paper is the one written by my colleagues, Ivo Bakota, Davor Kunovac, Domagoj Šelebai, and the paper will be presented by Ivo. So, without further ado, I will let Mr. Canova to present the first paper, which will be discussed by Mr. Weber. And after serious negotiations, both the presenters will get 18 minutes from me. And the discussion, Mr. Weber, Mr. Leuven, will have like 6-7 minutes for their their discussion. Uh, After each paper, we will give the possibility to the audience also to discuss further the papers and to ask questions. So let me start by Mr. Canova. Yes, yes, the floor is yours, and you will get your 18 minutes.
Okay, thanks very much for inviting me here. It's always a pleasure to be in this beautiful city, this fantastic coast. So thanks. Since I have 18 minutes, no further ado, and I get into the paper. This is joint work with Fernando Perez Forero, which is the Reserve Bank of Peru, and obviously the view do not reflect the position of the bank. Can you go forward? I can't. It's the one. Okay. So I don't think I need to explain to this audience what is inflation and why is inflation becoming important again. We have seen after COVID this burst of inflation in most of the industrialized world and also in developing country, and there is an expectation, if it's not already realized, that the recent war in Iran will bring back inflation to some high level again. There's been quite a lot of academic work trying to understand the causes of the inflation burst after COVID. Basically, after the initial burst of or initial problem with supply chains, it looks like expansionary fiscal policy, which were unfounded, caused the burst of inflation. I'm not going to talk about sources of fluctuation, so I'm not going to talk about what caused inflation to burst. Instead, I'm going to ask a more basic question, which is, should central bank try to use different tools when inflation is high versus when inflation is low? By now, we have understood pretty well what central banks should do when inflation is more or less under control. What should the central bank do when inflation is not under control or is getting out of control? The question that I'm going to ask is quantitative, so I'm going to ask if there is a change in the transmission of monetary policy shocks across regimes. The regimes are going to be low inflation versus high inflation. And I'm going to look especially at the question whether monetary policy is more or less effective when inflation is high. And the background for this investigation basically comes from some theoretical work, which are listed in this slide. Basically, there are different theories: menu cost, rational inattention, and what are called slant-Adele models of inflation, which all predict then in high inflation regime, monetary policy should be less effective, less powerful to affect real variable, and should have a direct effect on inflation. Okay, so there should be some changes that I should be able to measure. Different theories tell you the transmission is going to be different or the mechanics is going to be different, but more or less the answer is going to be the same. So what I'm going to use is a structural VAR, like the one that you will see next. The only difference is that since I'm looking at the regime, I'm going to use a regime-dependent structural VAR. And it's going to be a Bayesian model because, as you will see, I don't have a lot of information about high states, and I need to put some prior information to be able to estimate. I'm going to focus on the US data, I'm sorry, but that's the best that we could find. All the other data are not very friendly. We tried different data sets. And basically what we're going to do, as I said, we're going to compare the transmission of monetary policy shock in high and low inflation regime. And I'm going to look at if the evidence is consistent with what the theories about the inflation output trade-off tell us. So very quickly, the results. So it looks like statistically there are not very many differences between low inflation regime and high inflation regime. There are qualitative differences, and in particular, if you look at conventional shock, they look like they produce a weaker effect, but more persistent and long-run effects in high inflation regime. The evidence I'm going to show you seems to be consistent with what recent theory of the informational content of monetary policy shock emphasize. I'm also going to look at what I call liquidity shocks, which are basically a broad aggregate of shocks, which should capture for guidance, quantitative easing, and or quantitative reducing policies. And they look like more or less they have similar results, meaning that they have quantitatively not very big difference, qualitatively some differences. And they look like they are going to be more expansionary in the short run in the high inflation regime. And again, I'm going to try to explain to you the mechanism through this informational content. And these evidence, as I'm going to emphasize if I have time, is not very much consistent with any of the three theory I've talked about at the beginning. I'm going to skip the literature. There is a lot of paper nowadays that look at the regime-dependent transmission. Please take a look at the paper. So here is the US inflation in case you don't know about it, which I doubt. Anyway, as you can see, there are three bursts of inflation, beginning of the 70s, the end of the 70s, and the 20s. The data here stops at 23, which is basically when we started doing this project. There was no other data, and we haven't updated it. But as you can see, there's quite a lot of difference between the three peaks and the rest of the sample. If you plot the distribution of inflation rates, you see very clearly that it's not a normal distribution. The normal distribution is the red line that you see there. And the histogram shows you that there is quite a lot of skewness, meaning there are quite a lot of inflation rates in the samples which are close to the lower part, but there is a very long tail, upper tail in the distribution. So the idea is to try to split this distribution of inflation rate into two parts, say the lower part and the upper part, and try to infer if there are differences in the transmission across these two regimes. I want to make sure you understand everything is going to be endogenous. So I'm not going to use any indicator to tell me when the inflation is high, when the inflation is low. I'm going to let the data tell me when these regimes will prevail. Just for fun, last night, I also plotted the Croatian inflation rate. Croatian inflation rate, as you all know, except me, had a burst of inflation at the beginning of the 20s, but it has stayed quite high since then, at about 4 or 5%, which is above what you see in the euro area. As in most of the country, there is a long period from in the 2010s when the inflation rate was basically very close to zero. Okay, so very briefly, one technical detail, which is the model I'm going to estimate, as I said, is a structural VAR, which switches with the regime. The regime is characterized by this variable I call S. S could be 0 if you are in one regime, or 1 if you are in the other regime, so it's a binary. If you are in one regime, the intercept, the slope, and the variance may change relative to the other regime. So everything is allowed to switch here with the regimes, not only the intercept, not only the slope, everything. The variable and the VR are going to be this Z, which are output inflation, the unemployment rate, short-term interest rate, the slope of the yield curve, 10 years minus 3 months, a monetary aggregate, commodity prices, and the Standard & Poor 500 index. And the S indicator is a latent variable, which is going to be estimated together with the model, which can take two values, I said 0 or 1, and is going to take value 1 when the inflation rate passes some threshold P star, okay? And P star is going to be estimated in the sum, okay? That's everything I want to say about the technicalities here. How do I identify? I'm going to identify two shocks. I'm going to call it a conventional monetary shock, which is basically an interest rate surprise interest rate increase. And I'm going to identify also what I call a liquidity shock, which is a surprise increase in money, which is engineered through a change in the slope of the term structure. This way, I kind of capture both unconventional monetary policy and older time open market operation shocks, which were popular in the 60 and the 70 in the US. The identification restrictions are pretty standard for the conventional monetary policy shock. You see them listed there contemporaneously. It's not going to have any effect on output and unemployment. It may have an effect on inflation, and it is going to have an effect on interest rate and money growth. And the liquidity shock is identified by, as I said, a decrease in the yield curve and an increase in the money growth. So I'm going to show you, since I don't think I have a lot of time, let me show you the results. So I plot on top again the inflation rate for the US, and down the regime indicator. So when you see a blue bar, it means that's regime number 1, which means the high inflation regime. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it fits pretty much with the conventional wisdom. So it picks the beginning of the 70s, the end of the 70s, and the 2020s as the period of high inflation. I want to emphasize that the number of observations in these 3 periods is pretty small. That's why we need to go Bayesian here to estimate. If you want to know what is the threshold that you need to switch, this is the distribution, the posterior distribution of the threshold. Is centered around by 5.3%. So when inflation reaches about 5.3%, you switch from one regime to the next. And this is surprising, similar to the number that some people have estimated using survey data for this quantity. In terms of delay parameter, I forgot to mention, there is also a delay parameter. It looks like you need 2 quarters of inflation rate above 5.3% to convince agents that you are in the high regime, or vice versa, 2 quarters below the threshold to convince agents that you are below in the low inflation regimes. So for the sake of time, I'm going to just focus in the discussion about the transmission of conventional monetary policy shock. I'm going to very briefly talk about the transmission of liquidity shock, but I'm going to focus on this. So what you see here are the structural impulse responses that I'm going to obtain from this structural VAR. In blue, you have the responses, the 68, 95% credible sets for the low inflation regime. In red, you have the 95% credible sets for the high inflation regime. And I'm going to focus on the first row, which reports industrial production, inflation, and unemployment rate. So as I told you, statistically, there is not a big difference between the 2 regimes, meaning monetary policy seems to have similar effect. There is some qualitative difference, and you see, for example, in the low inflation regime, output growth is the trough of the output growth is larger in the median than in the high inflation regime, but overall there are not big differences. And if you look at the other variable, it doesn't seem like there is a huge difference, except for one variable, which is the slope of the yield curve. So as you can see, there is a clear switch here between low inflation regime and high inflation regime. When you are in a low inflation regime, the 10-year rate seems to react more than the 3-month rate, while in the high inflation regime, the opposite seems to be the case. Okay? So the question is, what is it that causes this difference? So I'm going to do 2 exercises. One, I'm going to do a counterfactual, as you will see counterfactual in the next paper. I don't have to explain what the counterfactual are, but basically what I'm going to force is what if the slope of the term structure will not change across the regime? What would be the effect on output inflation and the unemployment rate? And the second exercise I'm going to do is if there is a change in the way 10 years rate react in the 2 regime, it must be driven by inflation expectation. So I'm going to look at how inflation expectation react in the 2 regimes. So here is the counterfactual. Look at the central box in the second row. I'm forcing the response of the yield curve to be the same across the regime. And then I'm calculating what's going to be the effect on industrial production, PCE inflation, and unemployment rate. As you can see, there is very little difference. So if there is any difference between the 2 regimes in the 2 in this variable, it must be due to this effect on the slope of the yield curve. And to give you some more evidence, I'm going to look at the dynamics of inflation expectation. These are 10 years inflation expectations. My discussant will have probably something to say about this, since he's a super expert about inflation expectations. But as you can see, there is a difference. In low inflation regime, expectation seems to react more than in high inflation regime. The difference is not huge. As I told you, standard errors are pretty large, but there seems to be evidence that in low inflation regime, expectation seems to react more to monetary policy shocks than in high inflation regime. Similar picture for liquidity shock. I don't want to talk about too much about. I only want to focus attention on the last box of the picture, which is the response of Standard & Poor 500. Overall, there are some difference across variable, but the main difference is in the response of stock prices. And the response of stock prices seems to be, again, a source of informational effect. And indeed, if I try to see what happens if I fix the response of the Standard & Poor 500 to the shock, I get that there is no difference. So it looks like the effect, if there is any difference, the effect seems to be going to the stock market. And basically, it looks like it's an expectation of future profitability that the liquidity shocks generate. Very briefly, what do these results tell us in terms of theory? Well, most of the theory, the three theory I mentioned, can be represented in terms of the slope of the Phillips curve, meaning that when inflation is high, the slope of the Phillips curve should be flatter. One final point. We have estimated a model under two regimes. Some people tell me, well, but there is at least three regimes. There is also a zero lower bound regime in the US and in many countries. So maybe you are misspecifying here. Maybe we have a high inflation regime, a normal inflation regime, and a very low inflation regime. So we estimated a four-state model. That's the one before the last bullet. We found that there are thresholds which are consistent with what we would expect. However, the impulse responses do not change very much across these two lower regimes, which means that probably it's a good idea to put them together. I'm gonna end up here, since the chair is showing me.
So thank you very much for this very distilled version of the paper. And now Mr. Michael Weber from the University of Chicago.
My affiliation has changed, but
okay.
changes. It's great as always. So I'm very happy to be back. Just a brief anecdote. So yesterday afternoon, I walk down to the beach to quickly jump into the water. And I run into Boris, who comes back. And I ask him, how is the water? And he says, it's pretty chilly, but for you as a German, it should be fine. To which, of course, I said, you better get used to it soon, because, Frankfurt, especially in fall and winter, can be pretty bad. So, hopefully you have time to come back to Croatia frequently. So,
you know that there is a difference between water and the sea. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, perfect. So I really like the paper. And so what I'm trying to do in the next 7 minutes that I have or so is just pretty much contextualize it to hopefully also help you appreciate that paper. And so what's the starting point of the paper? So if you think about the big picture, we want to understand how monetary policy should react to different types of shocks and the nature of the shocks. And, a textbook conventional prescription would tell us, we should maybe respond more than 1-for-1 to demand-driven inflation. Instead, if it's a temporary, it's a bad word maybe to some of you in the room, or a transitory supply shock, maybe we can watch through. And, if you think a little bit about the theoretical underpinning, if you have a two-sector New Keynesian model where you differ across sectors in terms of maybe price stickiness, Aoki tells us, stabilize the sticky price sector, and then you get what you want. Now, this papers as well, actually, let's a little bit better understand how we should actually, or whether the transmission of monetary policy stay dependent. Fabio gave you a pretty good summary of the key findings of the paper. So let me directly step back for a second and discuss a few reasons why we might actually expect that monetary policy transmits differently in states of high versus low inflation. Okay, so like the first assumption we typically make in a standard textbook New Keynesian model is like inflation expectations are well anchored, and then you can of course look at the data and get an idea. Is that something that's true empirically? That's from some work we've done among 25,000 Americans in 2018. Inflation was pretty well behaved at the time. We asked them, what do you kind of think the Federal Reserve, that is in charge of monetary policy in the US, tries to achieve in terms of inflation outcomes over longer periods of time? Our attempt to elicit an inflation target. And what you see here is, maybe 20% have an idea what the Fed tries to do. But among 25,000 representative Americans, you see also maybe as high as 40% that told us a number that is actually higher than 10%. Now you could say, well, those are households, they have no clue. But actually, if you were to reach them, to send them communication via the Fed, let's say, you do see that their inflation expectations do react meaningfully. And crucially, in actual consumption data, they update in line with economic theory. It's not that it's all noise. They do react to signals. We just have to better understand what those signals are. Similarly, like, if you look at any point in time, this is data from the New York Fed. There's huge dispersion across individuals. When inflation is 2%, you see some people telling you 20%, other people tell you minus 5%. Certainly, like, that's also maybe not consistent with agents potentially having full information, rational expectations. Now, another reason why potentially we might have a deviation from the textbook prescription is that maybe high inflation undermines the credibility of our monetary policymakers. Maybe because of that, households react differently to monetary policy. This is now across different institutions in the US, from kind of public research data. What is the trust in institutions? And you see actually, like, across institutions in the US, there's kind of a downward trajectory in trust, also like, for the Fed. But it doesn't seem like, with the surge in inflation, there has been a peculiar decrease. And if anything, like for the Fed, it was similar in the early 2020s as it was kind of like in 2014, when inflation was maybe not on top of our minds. You could also maybe be concerned that, when we have potentially high unfunded fiscal transfer, we might enter a fiscally led regime. This is from some work of Bianchi and co-authors. And you do see, like, indeed, when inflation is high, you also see unfunded transfers. And that could potentially also contribute why inflation or why monetary policy transmit differently in time of high versus low inflation. Now, as Fabio alluded to, maybe if you have a menu cost model in mind, you have big shocks that ultimately, that's why we have high inflation. That's why maybe firms then actually are more likely to hit their SS bands. And because of that, they're more likely to adjust. And indeed, like Evan Gauthier and among many, I think 20 co-authors from like different euro area central banks, they do document, of course, you see cyclicality, more price adjustments in January. But if you look at the trend, when inflation goes up, the frequency of price adjustment goes up. So indeed, a reason why potentially you might see differential transmission. And of course, like, maybe different from Aoki, where you just have two sectors that operate next to each other. Potentially the flex price sector produces stuff that is used as an intermediate input to the sticky price sector. So there you could have transmission through production networks. And indeed, like if you have heterogeneity in input-output linkages paired with heterogeneity in price stickiness, that indeed potentially can matter for the transmission. Finally, like, one more thing, and this is like also something that was alluded to by Fabio, maybe households and firms endogenously become more attentive to monetary policy when inflation is high. And in fact, generically, if you look at kind of like euro area data, if you look at US data, when inflation is low and stable, maybe it's not too costly to be uninformed. So typically, on average, consumers relative to prevailing inflation are upward biased in their perception of inflation. But then when inflation kind of goes up, you do see, like, the gap between the two lines becomes smaller, at least consistent with this idea that agents become endogenously better informed when inflation is high. Let me just skip that for a second. Now we'll directly come to the results. So, like, Fabio showed that, when you look at conventional monetary policy shocks, you get like, a higher kind of peak response in low inflation times, but a bit more persistence in high inflation times. And if you look at the middle panel in there, you see like the yield curve really seems to make the difference. In particular, you see that inflation expectations react quite differently in high versus low inflation times. So, like, one thing potentially, Fabio, that I would encourage to do is, you could potentially directly add inflation expectations in your BIVA to get a better idea how they behave. Now, if you look at the sample period, like, many things in addition to the conduct of monetary policy has changed. We saw that what really matters is the slope of the yield curve. So, like, given that the financial markets, if you think about 1980, you had, like, us as individual investors maybe making up 30%, 40% of kind of all the holdings in financial markets, whereas now individual investors make more like 15, 20%. Clearly, like, the industrial organization has changed a lot. So potentially it would be really crucial to look at subsamples. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure, like Fabio, they have thought a lot about that, and they look at one subsample, 84 till 2019. But in that subsample, of course, naturally, not much happens to inflation. And indeed, you do not see any differences. Now, what I would maybe encourage the authors to do, given that by now we have a bit more data, in particular the full cycle of the recent inflation surge. So maybe don't end in 2019, but maybe update the data and end more recently. Like, Fabio didn't discuss much about the models. Let me also skip that, given that I'm also kind of almost running out of time. I'm personally not really sure what the liquidity shock is, and Fabio is pretty upfront in the paper. It's kind of a mixture of different shocks in different time periods, so it's a little bit hard to digest. Like, just one thing, that's coming back to why I really like the paper. Like, very different methods, very different kind of approach. Like, Fabio and his structural BIVA, they identified this threshold during which maybe we have a high inflation regime around 5%. If you do something very different in a very kind of shorter sample period, this is from a paper by Koronek at Restart. What they do, they look at Google searches. When do consumers wake up and care about inflation? And what you see there, you get a threshold of a little bit more than 4%. So, like, very similar to what Fabio finds. Like, if you had Google searches in the 1970s, the threshold might be higher. Unfortunately, like, maybe we can do soon maybe some time travel and introduce Google at the time. But anyway, so, like, all I wanted to say is, like, it's a great paper, like many things to think about, and kind of like, great contributions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And I hope that the audience have prepared their questions. And so we will continue the discussion with your questions. So anything from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for that paper. For me, I wonder what sort of lesson a monetary policymaker should take from this analysis. The monetary policy shock is, by definition, a movement in the policy rate that's not systematic to the rule that the policymaker is taking, right? I think the question isn't it, should the systematic component of monetary policy vary with regime? And I'm not sure if your analysis is able to address that question. And I think that's the, or can you speak to that?
Okay. So we agreed to collect the questions, and Professor Canova will answer in a bulk. Please.
Okay. Let me add to the bulk. Another question is, how long do these regime changes last, right? So you said it, Fabio, you said 2 quarters before the switch comes. How long does it last? There's a very old survey-based literature that says, well, it's a generational effect. Once I have experienced sort of, your case, plus 5.3% inflation, this will stick with me for life. So could we use the data to learn about the persistence of that?
Thank you. And I will pick another question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Tomas Lechik from Bank of Austria. Could you repeat again, maybe for a dummy like me, how you distinguish between demand and supply side shocks, and especially regarding the supply side shocks, whether these are domestic or global? And does your framework allow to know in advance, or at least in real time? If I look at your Z vector, then I have some doubts, right? So when do we know as monetary policy makers which regime we are in? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think it was enough, 3 questions.
Well, thanks very much to the discussant. I think I agree on 99.999% of the points. We already tried many of the stuff that he suggested. We are in the process of revising the paper, so some of the stuff that he mentioned are going to be in the next version. So regarding the lesson for monetary policy, so we are talking here about shocks. We're not talking about systematic component. If you think about a Taylor rule, a shock to a Taylor rule is basically a shift in the intercept, not a shift in the slope. So there is some role also to think about shifts in the reaction function, which is the old literature about whether the Fed was ahead or below 1 in responding to inflation in the 70s and in the 80s. So we are not addressing that type of question. We are simply asking if monetary policy changes, will it make a difference in the two regime? And it's changing us in a way that is not predictable. If it's predictable, we have basically nothing to say in this paper. A generational effect. I think this is an interesting question, and I think it should be answered through the type of work that Michael is doing, inflation expectations. We are not going. I can tell you what's the persistence here of the shock of the regimes, because we have a regime indicator and we can calculate the persistence. But probably that's not going to answer your question. It's probably a question more about how different people in different generations react to changes in inflation. If you are old guys like me, probably you have seen the 70s, and then the 20s are going to be different than what younger people may perceive. But I don't have really any evidence in that sense. Regarding demand and supply, we are not identifying the demand and supply. We're simply saying what will be the changes that monetary policy will make in the two regimes. So we are simply identifying monetary policy shock. We are not distinguishing whether the source of the changes is demand versus supply. We could potentially, we have a bunch of variables in there which could allow us to identify demand and supply. What you probably think are real-time evaluation, we have no variable that allow us to do that. We need some nowcasting variable here. Just to put this in perspective, the estimation of this model is pretty complex. It takes about a week on a computer which has 64 cores to estimate. So addition of variables, modification takes some time. So we'll probably implement it, but it will take time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we were very disciplined with the time, so you have abundant time to ask additional questions. So are there any? Yeah.
Hi, Chris Waller, Federal Reserve. So the interesting part of your VAR that you ran was always the yield curve. That was the main thing. There were magnitude differences, but the directions were all kind of the same. The one that was really different was yield curve. And this maps into something I've said for a long time. There are bad yield curve inversions and there are good yield curve inversions. If you think about a low and stable inflation regime, expectation theory is the future path of expected inflation, the future path of real rates, short-term real rates. In a low and stable inflation regime, if it inverts, it's got to be because real rates are going to go down, which usually corresponds to recessions or bad economic growth. So those are bad ones because it's telling you the economy's not going to do well. But in a high inflation regime, if you think the central bank's going to do their job and bring inflation down, expectations are going to come down and you get a good yield curve inversion. So it's interesting that your data mapped right into that kind of story. So it's more of a comment than a question, but I thought that was the most interesting part of the results you had.
I entirely agree. I mean, this is our way of explaining the results, meaning that there is some information in low inflation regimes that is not there in high inflation regime, and it seems to go exactly in the direction that you mentioned.
So, anything else? If not, then thank you very much for breaking the ice. Thank you. Now we'll continue with the exchange rate pass through, and Ivo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone for being here. Thank you for including the paper. My name is Ivo, and today I'm gonna present to you our current work and joint work with my colleagues from the Croatian National Bank, Davor and Domagoj, titled Exchange Rate Pass-Through, a Counterfactual SVAR Approach. So the standard disclaimer applies. These are our own views, not necessarily those of the bank. Here's the brief outline of the talk. So in very general terms, what are we trying to answer in this paper? So we want to know what is the effect of the exchange rate movements on prices or inflation. And this is called the exchange rate pass-through. So the exchange rate pass-through is known to be incomplete. So after some shock, the prices and exchange rate don't really move one for one. So prices move less. So one of the recent examples are these huge swings in the US dollar and euro exchange rate in 2025 that you probably all still remember. There was a lot of talk about this tariffs. So the euro appreciated a lot against the dollar, but also this change happened very rapidly, very sudden for historical standards. And still, we didn't really feel these cheaper imports as this huge move would suggest. So there's this prevailing view that these effects are rather small on macro level. And if you look at the economic theory, there are many reasons for this. So there's market power, pricing to market, transportation costs, or generally share of domestic products in the consumer prices. Currency pricing, so a lot of products are invoiced in stable world currencies like the euro or US dollar. So they're sticky in that currency. So what do? We revisit these existing estimates of the exchange rate pass-through for the euro area and study whether this benign view of rather small macro effects holds, or is it at least partially affected by this under quotation marks flawed methods that are being used in the current literature. So before getting into our method, I just want to try to explain why is it so hard to measure this exchange rate pass-through. So ideally in the data, you would have some exogenous movements in the exchange rate, and you would study its effect on inflation or prices. But however, the exogenous effects on exchange rate are not that common. So mostly the exchange rate responds to the standard macroeconomic disturbances, such as aggregate supply, demand shocks, monetary policy shocks, etc. So on the left graph here, you see the US dollar and euro exchange rate, as well as the euro area inflation. So you would expect these two move in the opposite direction. So when you have a stronger euro, that you have lower inflation, and vice versa, because you have cheaper or more expensive imports. And indeed, sometimes you see that they move in different direction, but sometimes they also move in the same direction, which is interesting. And on the right graph, you see the moving correlation. So you see that sometimes this correlation is negative, as this like naive kind of theory or thinking would suggest, but sometimes they are positive. And this is precisely because, as I mentioned, the exchange rate is often being driven by some external macroeconomic shocks that also influence the inflation directly. So not only through the exchange rate. So sometimes they can move in the same direction. So how has this been measured in the literature? So the starting point was the simple single equation framework. So you would simply run the OLS of inflation on the exchange rate and some controls. But as you see, because you have this positive correlation, you can't really solve that in a single equation network because you have a serious problem of endogeneity. So to give you a clear example of this endogeneity problem, you can think of demand shock, let's say domestic demand shock. So it does appreciate the exchange rate. So you do have some deflationary effects of that. But even more importantly, it increases inflation directly. So yeah, people spend more, there's a pressure on prices, and this latter effect will dominate. So you would have appreciated exchange rate and you would have higher inflation. And then you would get this positive correlation. So the literature then moved, of course, to address this and addressed it with vector autoregressive models. First by using recursive Cholesky identification, which addresses the endogeneity, but introduces another problem. And that is that this approach attributes most of the movements in the exchange rate to the shocks to the exchange rate itself. And this is simply hard to believe. So these models attribute something like 90% to the exogenous exchange rate shocks. And then the literature moved to this structural VARs using zero and sign identification to identify the shocks. And this does clearly separate these causes of the exchange rate movement. So it attributes only 10% to the exogenous exchange rate shocks. And the rest is demand shock, supply shock, monetary policy shocks, domestic and global, etc. But still, even in this state-of-the-art literature, the exchange rate pass-through is measured by co-movement, we claim. And the measures are mainly capturing the co-movement. So the main measure is this price-to-exchange rate ratio, abbreviated PAIR. So it's simply an impulse response of inflation after a shock divided by impulse response of exchange rate. And again, because of this problem that I mentioned before, you can get this perverse positive sign that the strong currency can imply higher inflation. So we want to address this. So how do we do it? We do it by having relative euro area US structural VAR with sign restriction identification. So this part has been done before. But then the part that we add is that we shut down the exchange rate channel in this structural VRR model. And we do it for each shock, and we do it in two ways. So the benchmark way is to come up and construct these offsetting shocks. So these are these hypothetical shocks that offset or negate the effect of the original shock that we study, for example, demand shock, on the exchange rate. And then we can separate the world with the exchange rate channel and without. So constructing such shocks is, of course, somewhat arbitrary. So we run some robustness checks, and we use also an auxiliary method when you run an auxiliary VAR where you impose these zero restrictions of the shock on the exchange rate directly, also as a robustness check. And then we take the difference between these two worlds with the exchange and without the exchange rate effect, and we call this the causal exchange rate pass-through, its effects. So just to give you a preview of the results, so we estimate that pass-through to the consumer prices is 5 to 10%, and to import prices 35 to 45%. So this is the key slide where I try to capture the intuition of our approach. So if you look at the left, we have this baseline case. So it's a standard structural VAR, what you would estimate. So you have some structural shocks, demand, supply, monetary policy, sentiments, etc. Then these shocks influence exchange rate, but also inflation, and also other variables in the model. So what the papers in the current literature would do is to take this overall effect on inflation and divide it by the overall effect on the exchange rate and call this a pass-through. we say this would be a good measure of pass-through if most of these arrows would be zero or close to zero. Or somehow they would cancel each other out. So you would only have an effect on the exchange rate, and then the exchange rate would influence inflation. But you have many of these other arrows. So for example, for the demand shock, you would have a positive effect on inflation and appreciated exchange rate. So we try to think about this differently. We want to construct a counterfactual where this exchange rate channel is shut down. So as I said, we do it by this offsetting shocks. So you can maybe imagine another cloud here, negating this effect of the structural shocks on the exchange rate. And then we just compare these two worlds and call this the exchange rate pass-through. So we kind of ask a sharper question compared to the state-of-the-art literature. So we don't ask how do inflation and exchange rate move after a shock. We ask, does the exchange rate channel amplify or dampen the original shock's effect on inflation? So this is our model. So I want to stress that our counterfactual approach does not necessarily depend on this particular model. We just take it from the literature because it's parsimonious and should be largely uncontroversial, I hope. So we have four variables. We have a GDP, we have a consumer price index, or alternatively import price index, if you want to concentrate studying that, interest rates, and exchange rate. So the first three variables, as I said, we have a relative model. So the values are computed by having the value for the euro area minus the value for the US. So here, maybe the interesting shock is the sentiment shock, and it's supposed to capture the, for example, these risk-off episodes when investors switch their holdings of in one country or in one currency to another because of changing perception of the risk. So let me get to the results. So here you have a full set of impulse response functions for all the variables in the rows on all the shocks in the columns. So let's look at this interesting case, this demand shock, because it illustrates most clearly these problems that we are trying to address. So here again, we are showing the impulse response functions for the baseline case. This is in the blue line. And for the counterfactual case. So this is this right graph that I showed. And this is in the red color. So if you look at the inflation, after a positive demand shock, you have higher inflation, but you also have an appreciated exchange rate. So with thinking in terms of pair, you get this perverse situation. But if you consider a counterfactual, as we do, you will notice that with the inflation graph, this red line is above the blue line. So it means that if the exchange rate channel was not operating, the exchange rate would have been even higher. So it means that this appreciation of the currency does have a disinflationary effect because it reduced the inflation. So this is just showing the same thing, but the distribution of the difference between the blue and the red. So the difference between the baseline and counterfactual case. And we see that they are negative and significant. For the supply shock, it's not significant because supply shocks don't tend to move the exchange rate much. But yeah, we can go one step further. We can look at all of these three things jointly. So we can look at jointly the distribution of the difference between the baseline and counterfactual inflation and the change in the exchange rate. So this is what we call the exchange rate pass-through in the counterfactual sense. So we plot it with the red line. And we compare it to pair, the standard measure that we claim is mostly capturing the co-movement. So I like this graph because it shows several attractive features of our approach. So the first one, as I mentioned, if you look at the demand shock, we get the right sign, right, of the exchange rate pass-through. So second, you see that the heterogeneity between the shocks is greatly reduced. So before you had these huge swings of, I don't know, 20% for some shocks, minus 10 for some, we get it very stable. Third, if you look at the confidence bands across these shocks, you can see that it's much narrower. They are much narrower for our case, and this is again kind of intuitive because we are capturing this particular channel or mechanism. So the variation is much lower than if you are capturing more of them across different shocks. That's also kind of a nice feature. And finally, if you look, when are these two measures most similar? They are most similar for the sentiment shock. You can see on the y-axis that this is the one with the most zoomed in y-axis. So they are very similar. So this is attractive because the sentiment shock is the closest thing we have in our framework to a pure exogenous shock to the exchange rate. So in that case, this pair should be tainted the least by these other mechanisms. So it is exactly the case where you would expect that these two are most similar. So this reassures us that we are capturing something real, that our approach is makes sense. So what we can also do, we can do some historical decomposition, which shows how did exchange rate movements in a causal sense affect inflation. So if you look at the 2025, you can see, here at the end of the graph, you can see it was mostly the sentiment shocks driving the effect on inflation. And the inflation in the euro area was almost 0.4 percentage points lower because of the changes in the exchange rate. And some of our other specifications have even larger results. So this is a bit different graph to what you're probably used to seeing when talking about historical decomposition. So the standard decomposition would tell you how much did shocks influence the inflation. But our graph, our decomposition answers maybe a slightly different question. It answers which shocks influenced the inflation, but through the exchange rate. And sometimes they can go, these two can go in different directions, as you can see here. And it happens mostly when these demand shocks are driving the exchange rate. Also, I think you can notice that after 2020, you have large effects of supply shocks on inflation, but you can barely see them on our graph because the supply shocks don't tend to move the exchange rate. They affect the inflation more directly or through other channels. Just to conclude, so we revisit this exchange rate pass-through literature using a counterfactual approach. So we resolve some of the things that the literature was struggling with, like this, like wrong sign when it comes to demand shock. The heterogeneity of the estimates across the shock decreases a lot, and we estimate the pass-through to be 5 to 10% for consumer prices and 35 to 45% for import prices. So that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. And I'm looking forward to the discussion and your questions later.
Inflation, I take out energy components, so this is non-energy industrial goods. And, you know, if you have poor eyesight like I do, then you would sort of conclude probably there is at least not a very strong correlation there. But that's too easy because you are not able to deduce shocks from this. And this is, so that's the whole exercise that Ivo is all about. Now, I have a few mostly technical comments, because it's a highly technical paper. And so the main challenge here is that, I mean, you have on the one hand this very theoretical concept, which is sort of really unobservable, of the aggregate exchange rate pass-through. And then you have, in the end, it's still sort of a reduced form micro-level elasticity that's being estimated. And by construction, there's a bit of a disconnect between these two, and you do a lot of work in trying to connect them. But that's very challenging because this exchange rate variable is in the end an endogenous variable, where you aggregate a lot of underlying primitive mechanisms. And so in this chart where you say, okay, I'm now going to take out various of these errors and shutting down the channel in a reduced form estimation, that becomes really hard to do, because essentially the exclusion restrictions that you assume, they may be violated. And so what you also acknowledge in the papers, you may be subject to the Lucas critique. Now, so ideally what you would want at that point in time in the papers to say, okay, here are my sufficient conditions under which this approach is valid. I can connect these two bits and pieces. And I think that you go some way, and I would like to help you to make an additional step, which is the following. So you have this very nice timeline of how this literature evolved, and you're sort of at the state of the art now. But there are, I think, two more papers that you don't use, very recent papers, that I think can help you to really nail this thing. So the first is a recent Jamie paper, the other is an Econometrica paper. So the first one will help you to assess the plausibility of your scenario, because now we have to take it sort of for granted. And the second one, because you work with these counterfactuals, with these impulse response functions, the way you build them is with a series of MIT shocks. But I find this problematic because I'm not so sure you can treat them really as exogenous ones. They are really a series. So this is where you have the Lucas critique. And this Mackay-Wolf, which is a highly, highly technical paper, is an approach that I think you could use to improve on the counterfactual analysis that you now do, that would make it invariant of the Lucas critique, where you are basically using only information that is available at the point in time in which you do the analysis. So at a minimum, I think you should cite these papers and related work to speak to some of the caveats to the analysis you have now, but I do think you could use this to kind of get to even the next generation, maybe in the next paper. Now, the third one is on the 4 shocks. So here the novelty that Ivo emphasized also is the sentiment shock. So they're basically just 4 shocks. The monetary policy, demand, supply, they're really standard, conventional, no issues. The sentiment shock is really important, and I mean, it does behave very nicely, but it's a bit less compelling in the sense that, I mean, the key assumption here is that you can distinguish it from a negative demand shock, basically, because it has the opposite sign on the exchange rate response. But what I'm missing here is foreign shocks. So now an easy way to maybe address that would be to include some foreign variables. I would at least include any change in monetary policy by the Fed, maybe captured by the US interest rate. There seems to be an omitted variable in the identification. That would be an easy fix. So takeaway, I think it's a really important and policy relevant question. It's really state of the art what you're doing. It's a very promising approach. I have some little some quibbles on, and some suggestions on how to further solidify your identification, and I look forward to the next version. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I hope that both the presentation and the discussion have inspired you. And maybe there are, okay, great. From the question from the panel? No? Okay.
It's just a clarifying question. So if I understood correctly, basically you are measuring this counterfactual by assuming that the exchange rate is constant in response to this shock. So basically you are measuring this as the difference between a fixed versus a flexible exchange rate. And the second thing is exactly what kind of shocks do you use to construct this counterfactual to go along the lines that Luke was mentioning.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot to Luke for a great discussion. I think the comments will be super helpful, and thanks for giving us points, there to how to continue. Yeah, so first I can briefly just comment your your main points. So I agree, it's kind of challenging, right, to make everything consistent, with the theory and the reduced form. So that was also something that we were, scratching our heads a lot and thinking about it. So I think there, it would be good to continue by thinking in terms of maybe the simple new Keynesian model like Clarida and Gali with 4 equation shocks, and then make the counterpart of what we have there. That's in the counterpart of the reduced form model with the theory, with this theoretical simple model. So that's really helpful. With the shocks and the choice of scenarios, it's true. We have this lot of the we assume these MIT shocks, right? So they are unexpected. The agents are continually surprised by these shocks. So of course, you can say that that's not a very realistic assumption, but we are doing this analysis not necessarily to think of a world where this would actually happen, but more as a method to isolate this exchange rate. So, and of course, we are all aware of the Lucas critique, but I would just like to point that out. When it comes to the global shocks, I agree. I think it would improve the paper to make those distinctions very clearly. There I want to say, since we have this relative model, so all of our variables, for example, for interest rate, our variable for interest rate is the ECB or euro area interest rate minus the US interest rate. So it is already in the model. But you are right in a way that this relationship might not be symmetric. It's probably not symmetric. So because of just the role that US dollar has on the economy, so we should maybe work to maybe disentangle those non-linearities that we currently don't have. Just to answer further questions. So I would not frame what we do to be a difference between the fixed and the flexible exchange rate, because that would be severely impacted by the Lucas critique, of course. So as I said here, the agents always think that the exchange rate is flexible, right? But they are continuously surprised by these MIT shocks. And we do that, as I said, to try to isolate this channel. And how do we construct the shocks? So this is a really good point. That's where it's kind of arbitrary. Arbitrariness comes when constructing those, and that's why it's really helpful to get the reference from Luke on how to maybe choose them without us deciding how to do it. But the methodology telling us. And what we use currently, so we run several different kind of versions. So one is just to use this sentiment shock, because that's the one that's, as I said, most close to the pure exchange rate shock. The second one, for example, is to use all of the shocks, but have different weights on them. So one kind of naive approach that we do is simply to give same weight for all of the shocks, but again, that's kind of maybe too naive. So then we run some kind of decomposition and see which shocks moved the exchange rate the most, and then give those shocks the highest weights. Yeah. And we also try to offset, with the monetary policy shocks, but that's the one with the biggest Lucas critique weaknesses. So that's what we've done so far. We have done many things, but with Luke's comments, I think we can go a step further. And
So thank you, Ivo. I have seen some hands raised already. Yeah, please.
Right. Catherine Mann from the Bank of England. I'm looking forward to reading the paper, since there's clearly an awful lot in there that you were not able to completely address. But my two questions are, with respect to the other shocks that might be dampening the impact of an exchange rate pass-through, the one that is most notable is the monetary policy response, because after all, if it's an inflation-targeting central bank and the pass-through would be inflationary, the immediate response of the monetary authority is to lean against that. And I did notice in your blue and red set of charts, the monetary policy shock, which was on the left-hand side in the middle, did have a difference between the two lines. And it'd be interesting to kind of focus on that. The second comment, I guess, from the relevance of a country that is not the US and not the Euro area, but a smaller one, is the extent to which the results that you have would be affected by the size of the economy and its relative importance in international capital markets.
So would you like to answer already? Because that was a rich set of questions.
we can also
okay.
take one more. And then...
I'll take one more. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't want to steal the show and take the spotlight away from the others, but I would like to follow up with another question that I had and a comment actually. I was wondering whether you have done this exercise also on the individual country level, because it would be very interesting to see whether there are differences between a country, say like Slovakia, which has a rather large exposure to the US through its automotive industry, and a country like Croatia, which might be open, but does not really have an a large exposure to the US, right? This is at least my guess. Then I would have a comment, which I will only sketch out, because it would go beyond the scope of the 2 minutes that I have here. But I would like to go into detail over coffee. I've done some work on exchange rate pass-through myself in the past, in the context of the question, to what extent does euro adoption affect inflation? And I think it would be very interesting to apply your tool, your exercise to this kind of question, also retrospectively, because I think it's highly topical still. And for instance, the ECB in each convergence report writes that in those countries which have not adopted the euro yet, inflation is likely to go up in the wake of euro adoption. Which I seriously doubt, but I haven't really succeeded yet to change that sentence in each of those chapters in the convergence report. So I would really encourage you to do this exercise even retrospectively in that context. Thank you.
Yeah, Ivo, like to.
Thank you. So to answer your questions, so when it comes to other countries, of course, I think the size and the structure of the economy will matter a lot. And as I said, also the composition, how much you import, what kind of products does the country import, and these might also differ across the shocks, right? So maybe if there's an energy shock, what kind of imports do you have? So for sure, this would influence the results, and then we would have to estimate it using different data. When it comes to monetary policy, right? So we have the interest rate as one of our variables. So we do have in there the response of the monetary authority, right? So if you saw the sign restriction, so it is kind of baked in there. And of course, the monetary policy will respond differently. There are some differences between the blue and the red line because the inflation that's happening between the two cases is different. But we don't really go into the monetary policy stances or maybe differences in the sense that's too much, because we do have reduced form, so we want to be careful not to say there too much given our framework. So when it comes to individual countries, so in short, we haven't done it, but I agree that would be interesting, right? And especially in the context that, for example, Slovakia or Croatia now have a shared monetary policy with the euro area, right? So, in a sense, these monetary responses are not reflecting only the shocks to those countries, but also to the other. And so I think there the estimation or maybe even the framework would have to change somewhat to really capture those realities. And in this case, I think actually just knowing the pass-through, really in a causal sense, not just the movement, is important because if you have a joint monetary policy, actually this exchange rate pass-through would be important to know, because it will be different for different countries, but you have only one interest rate. When it comes to euro adoption, we would need to think about that. Maybe you can use this approach. Maybe it will help you. I would need to dig into that deeper to give you some more substantial answer. But the methodology is what it is, right? If you can construct a credible counterfactual, it might help you. But we were not thinking about this so far.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, please. And maybe our colleagues from Croatian National Bank would have some questions for the colleague.
Andre Meyer from Tudor Capital. I'll ask two questions, if I may. The first one is, did you make any attempt to distinguish between positive and negative shocks, or small and large shocks, to get at these non-linearities? I know there's a notion that weakness in the exchange rate has bigger effects than strength. And second, if I look at the relatively low estimate for this pass-through, 5 to 10%, what does it tell you about the competitive structure of the economy in a way? I've asked myself the same question in the context of the relatively moderate tariff pass-through in the US last year. So are there more margins that can be compressed for a significant amount of time? And therefore we have this relatively low pass-through, or how do we reconcile it with the idea of a competitive economy where basically cost shocks needs to be rolled over? Thank you.
Some other questions from the audience? If not, Ivan, please.
Yes, so regarding the non-linearities, that's a great point. So we were thinking about that. So especially in the context of, if you see the heterogeneity between the estimates across the shocks, when using our method, basically collapsed. So the differences were very small. And we were thinking that maybe that they could be a bit different, not as drastic, of course, as in the current literature with the current methods, But as you said, there is this, for example, downward price rigidities. So it's important whether the shock is positive, negative, and especially big or small, especially after hearing the first presentation. So that is something that we were thinking about and that we might pursue in the future, but we still haven't done it. And there, it would be first good to know, even given the shock, what are the non-linearities. But also these non-linearities might give you some information on the true heterogeneity across the shocks as well. So I think that is important, but we still haven't done those exercises because, as you heard, these computations can be quite difficult to do. Sure.
Can I add something to that, Ivo? So this is already like really complicated, and the homework I gave on during the Wolf, which gives sufficient conditions to get the counterfactual analysis right. I mean, one of the key assumptions there is linearity. So you need another econometrica paper first to develop the techniques to implement. So I think we're just not there yet, but we should at some point,
and then with the competitive structure, that's a very interesting question. So we were not thinking about that in too much detail, but maybe we should look more into that microdata and look at the margins and there could be something new there and see exactly what really adjusts when the exchange rate changes, but price is not. So what really gives in there? But we haven't done, we haven't gone that direction yet.
Thank you very much. Even with the very complex papers, we are never satisfied. We always would like to have more and more.
More research is needed.
More research is needed. Yeah. More data is needed. More research is needed. Yeah. Any other questions from the audience? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Yari Steen from Goldman Sachs. Two related questions. One is you're using the euro-dollar exchange rate rather than the broad exchange rate, where, of course, a lot of the evidence suggests that the pass-through comes through the broad exchange rate. And so any thoughts on how your results might be different when you do that? And then related to it, you focus on headline inflation, I think. And so how much of the pass-through effects might really come through commodity prices, which are priced to a large extent in dollars? So how different could it look if you focused on core inflation and maybe the broad exchange rate?
So again, you are really asking kind of the questions about these important choices of the data set that we use. So I think this, of course, is important, especially if we think in terms of these huge energy shocks that we observed in the recent years. So you might expect that the pass-through would be somewhat higher given the huge amount of energy imports that the euro area is importing. But as I also mentioned during the presentation, these supply shocks don't tend to move the exchange rate much, so they seem to operate through other channel. There, maybe more important thing would be to consider the imports from China and from the Asian economies. So it's hard to me to speculate before actually doing the exercises. We could do it. So for the exchange rate, it would not be a problem, but since we have a relative model, we would need to construct all of these other variables to be relative, which, yeah, probably in theory at least should be doable, but
Thank you very much. So I think that we have exhausted our time. And if you agree, I would like to ask you for a round of applause.
Yeah, just start. Okay, perfect. My name is Zoe Schneeweiss. I lead the European Central Bank coverage and economic coverage for Bloomberg in Frankfurt, and I'm delighted to be here today with a very illustrious panel. We have, right to my left, we have Burkhard Balz, who's a member of the Bundesbank managing executive board. He oversees payments, settlement systems, cash management, and work on the digital euro. Next to him, we have Professor Ian Begg. He's the Professorial Research Fellow at the European Institute at the London School of Economics. He specializes in European integration and EU economic governance. Then to his left, we have Helge Berger, who's a Deputy Director for the IMF's European Department. He's also an adjunct professor for monetary economics at the Freie Universität Berlin. Then next to him we have Jacob Frenkel, who, as we all know, served for 2 terms as governor of the Bank of Israel, and in his illustrious career he's also served as the chairman of JP Morgan Chase International and as the chairman and CEO of the G30. And finally, we have Catherine Mann, who's an external member of the BOE's Monetary Policy Committee. We all also know her from her previous roles as chief economist at the OECD in Paris and at Citigroup. We're going to kick off with Ian. We all know the premise of this panel. We are all very much aware that central bank independence, that we've all been taking for granted since the Great Moderation, is increasingly under attack. You're here not to hear me, but to hear the panel. So Ian, over to you.
All right, thank you, Zoe. I hope we will change yes. I'm going to try to be just a touch academic. It's part of my métier in thinking about what central banks are subject to and how fiscal policy is evolving. So to start with, we all know the core mission, price stability. And the price stability is what you think about is influencing policy decisions. It's clearly monetary dominance. But you also have solvency. Financial stability can be a form of dominance in its own right. And quite recently, some of you may know that Andrew Bailey of the Bank of England has given a thoughtful speech at Columbia in the US talking about whether financial stability arguments undermine to some extent the accepted case for independence. And the tricky one, the sovereigns, sovereign debt, could lead to a sense that fiscal dominance may occur in central banking. Probably most of the people in this room would reject the idea, so I'm here to try to give it some legs and think about whether it has credibility. Now think of some episodes. Price stability, probably associated most closely with Jean-Claude Trichet, the early years of the euro, but also the inflation surge from 21-22 onwards, a return to price stability as the dominant narrative. But you had the little local difficulties of Silicon Valley Bank and Credit Suisse, also around that time, suggesting at some points that financial stability should be paramount. But then when you turn to the fiscal dominance, you might say a period like the debt crises of the late 20s and the early 2010s, again with COVID, and again possibly now, could become a far more significant narrative. And there's one last consideration, maybe there's no dominance. We don't know what dominates central bank policy making, and therefore we need to have some regard to all of these in thinking about independence. Now, on the fiscal side, it's pretty clear that the challenges are intensifying. Think about what we know very well. Most member states of the EU, indeed most countries in NATO and others, ramping up defense spending. 2-3 percentage points increase as a share of GDP. Demographics. Like me, we're all aging. Me probably more than most. We have high debt in several countries and reluctance, to state the example of France, complete reluctance to address the scale of the debt problem. But it's not unique in that. We have the huge difficulty that many governments find in trying to curb welfare spending, and you can see this articulation between welfare spending and spending more in defence. And if you look across the Eurozone in particular, look at the differences in the scale of fiscal challenges. All of this made worse by the fact that growth rates have been so low. You could solve many of these problems if growth rates were higher. The trouble is they aren't. And this leads to questions I think we need to address in the context of central bank independence about the policy mix. Remember the heady days when you had Reagan-Volcker, tight monetary policy, loose fiscal policy, or in the following decade, Clinton-Greenspan. Clinton, perhaps paradoxically for a Democrat president, being quite tight on fiscal policy, Greenspan very loose. Those were the old days. So where might we go next? Well, the first is to reconsider something that I'm sure Burkhardt knows very well, the favorite expression of Ottmar Issing, Ohio, own house in order. The central bank does what it should do according to its mandate, and the fiscal authorities do something different. But we do have a trade-off that we need to consider, and that trade-off is sometimes, as in Clinton, Greenspan, etc., that one offsets the other. You have one tight, one loose. But is it still a contest of equals? That would be my rhetorical question here. Or are the fiscal authorities now in such an awkward and more powerful position that you don't get that same contest? The ECB arguably has something of a different approach to all of this simply because of the way it's set up. EU, or at least Eurozone level monetary policy and national fiscal policy. So fiscal is fragmented. But in some ways, that is a major challenge in its own right, because it doesn't add up necessarily to a coherent fiscal aggregate. And we have to pose the question of whether this is still accurate. I wonder. So I tried to come up with an alternative US state. I tried Florida and couldn't get it to work. So I came up with one of the founders of the atomic bomb, which may be quite germane here, Enrico Fermi. Fiscal excesses require monetary indulgence. And if that's the case, you'd argue that it is at least difficult to reconcile with full central bank independence. So my two initial provocations, fiscal for the foreseeable future is going to be much more dominant. And the second provocation, central bank independence will not only be compromised, but it's going to be more highly politicized. And if that's the case, the whole edifice of central bank independence is going to be under challenge. So thank you.
Excellent. Helge, Burkhard, you are next.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Zoe, and first of all, thank you to Boris and the Croatian National Bank for having me here and for hosting again for the 32nd time this great conference here in Dubrovnik. I want to start with a simple point. Central bank independence is not a privilege for central bankers, it's a safeguard for citizens. It is purpose to protect price stability, the purchasing power, and of course the trust in our money. And central bank independence is in many ways a form of institutional infrastructure, often taken for granted when it works, but difficult to rebuild once it has been damaged. So this is not an abstract issue in my home country, in Germany. Our institutional memory is shaped by the hyperinflation of the 1920s and the currency reform after the Second World War. Both experiences showed how deeply monetary instability can damage the society. It destroys savings, it undermines trust, and hits vulnerable groups particularly hard. So one lesson from this history was the establishment of the Deutsche Bundesbank in 1957 as an independent central bank with a clear focus on monetary stability. This helped to anchor confidence in the Deutsche Mark, and when our common currency, the euro, was created, I would say the Bundesbank tradition became also an, well, more or less important reference point for the institutional design of the euro system. But the case for independence is not only a historical one. It is also supported by economic theory and also empirical evidence. The core insight is clear. A monetary policy needs protection from short-term political incentives if it's to deliver price stability credibly. And research over several decades supports this link between central bank independence and a lower, more stable inflation. And at the same time, legal independence is necessary, but not sufficient. It provides the foundation, a clear mandate, protection from political institutions, institutional safeguards, and in the euro system, the prohibition of monetary financing. But independence has also to work in practice. It requires credibility, institutional culture, accountability, and a broad support for the price stability. And again, Ian already mentioned Ottmar Issing, and I will do the same. It shouldn't be too surprising for you. Ottmar Issing has often stressed this point. Independence needs to be embedded in a wider stability culture. This also means that independence and accountability belong together. Independent central banks must explain their decisions, their analysis, and the limits of their mandate. So accountability is not the opposite of independence. It is what gives independence its democratic legitimacy. So, coming to the end, legal independence, actual independence, and also a stability culture belong together. Each is necessary from my point of view. None is sufficient on its own. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Burkhard. Helge, over to you. I know you were keen to highlight differences between... I'll leave it to you.
I feel manipulated only slightly. So thanks, fantastic conference. I note that Boris was the last to come into the session, so nothing has changed. So I'm glad I finally made it here. Central bank independence. So I think it's clear that the pressure is up. But I think one needs to be very careful to distinguish between two different sorts of pressure on central bank independence. And it's clear we're talking about, de facto independence. I know Catherine will come back to this, so I will not talk about this much. One aspect is what I would call political misuse. Think about the central bank being asked to help finance, climate, other goals that are outside the traditional realm of monetary policy. And then there's the other aspect, which is more the bread and butter, political adversity around price stability. And, there's pressure along both dimensions, depending on what kind of central bank we're looking at, sort of inside, within the European context. So let's talk a little bit about how this looks and what to do about it. So let's start with what I said could be political misuse. It's clear that often these are small things. A central bank may be asked to support political interventions around industrial policy, fund a particular policy goal that the government has at the moment. There are questions around the central bank's budget that can be leveraged. That's something we see, not every day, but we see it sort of quite frequently in the Central Eastern, Southern Eastern, and Eastern European region without going into details. So I think this is absolutely unacceptable, right? This is an intervention that may not have, or these kind of interventions or challenges may not have immediate macroeconomic impact, but they will impact ultimately credibility, which will then, be very detrimental to monetary transmission and the effectiveness of the proper goals of the central bank. Now, what do we do about this? It's helpful that European institutions step up. The EU is very engaged, the ECB is very engaged, and I think that is very important. It's also clear that we are doing whatever we can to support sort of good governance across the region wherever central banks are under pressure. But there may be some sort of more medium-term questions that we as a profession sort of could ask ourselves, and some of this Ian already alluded to. One may be goal overload. I mean, we may be burdening central banks with more than one target around, in addition to price stability, that could create vulnerabilities. Then there's the question of the direct, let's call it budgetary, day-to-day linkages between central banks and fiscal authorities. Central banks need a working budget. They do have balance sheets. They're not commercial banks, so the usual economic and accounting pressures don't apply. Yet, you have to have rules, and you have to decide how to deal with large losses, large gains that come from balance sheet operations. So I think these are good questions. We don't have all the answers, but we should be discussing some of this. Now, on the political adversity around bread and butter monetary policy, it's easy to be an independent central banker when inflation is low. I mean, I could do it. It's much more complicated when inflation is up and you have to do things that people do not like. It's particularly difficult right now. We have an adverse supply shock, so you've got to dampen domestic demand at a time where demand is, or aggregate incomes are already under pressure, where inflation expectations are sort of wobbly and maybe taking off. So these are important challenges. So that is, Burkhard, right, this is hand-to-hand combat. I don't think it's agreeing ex ante among society and we will make the Bundesbank independent. I think the Bundesbank's history was one of active discussions, controversial discussions, both with the government and parts of the public, out of which the Bundesbank ultimately emerged with a sound reputation, which later helped the institution, but it has to be earned, and it's not easy. So we need to get the current situation right, so to all the active central bankers in the room and on the podium. It's difficult. I don't envy you, for the reasons that we're all very familiar with. But I'm comfortable assuming that the banks that operate in regions that have inflation close to the target, that started out in a position of broad macro balance, sort of will have a relatively easier time handling this. Then other central banks that operate with too high inflation may have been coming down, but you're far away from the target. Inflation expectations are backward-looking. There's a dynamic that is difficult to be sure of, and so I think that's where the challenge is that we see right now. And clearly, getting today right will help you with the future. Here too, two pieces of two questions that I think are worthwhile for us to consider as a profession. One is, do all the central banks have the right set of targets? Is it good to have a wide inflation target range rather than just a narrow range or a single inflation point as a target. There are some advanced economy central banks that should be thinking about this, because it has to do with, it can impact the way we are get to manage inflation expectations. Communication is another important question. We have come across many advanced economy central banks to a point where the exchange of views within the MPCs or the larger decision-making bodies have become quite lively. This is a change for many institutions from the past. There are many benefits to this. Transparency is helpful. Markets get to decide or know more, and more information is generally good. But there's also a slight downside. How do you guide expectations when you have so many different views? And I'm looking very much forward to Catherine's point of view on this matter. Thank you.
Perfect. You've already introduced Catherine, so here you go.
So thanks again for the invitation to Croatia. It's a lovely view out my window, and it's unfortunate that we were stuck in here. So we should finish quickly. For me, I will get to Helga's point in the second round, but in my introductory remarks, what does central bank independence mean to me? There are two elements. One is the what are we supposed to do, in other words, the remit. The second point is in the face of what? Pressures or the environment. So those are two different points, and I want to develop each one of them and then bring them together at the end. We have to remember that there's a long history of research on the importance of central bank independence and the implementation of inflation targeting. The research implies that it was a combination of those two things working together that supported the period of the Great Moderation. In November 24, I gave a speech titled Great Moderation 20 Years On and Beyond. And at that point, I said, yeah, that was good policy, but there's also a lot of good luck. And that's going to be an important bringing together of those 2 points, my first 2 points, remit and pressures, in the historical context and how things have changed where we are now. So on the remit, point number 1, when I was growing up at the Federal Reserve, working with Alan Greenspan, we didn't talk about a dual mandate. We had a single vocabulary for what we were supposed to be doing. It was sustainable long-term growth. And that embodied what ultimately has become the dual mandate of price stability and maximum employment, and that's even changed a bit over time. But there were never any specific weights of what it meant to be on the price inflation versus the activity inflation point under the rubric of sustainable long-term growth. But it's very clear that you can't have one without the other in terms of price stability and maximum employment or stable supply side economics. So where is it, what about the BOE? What is our remit? Well, it's price stability, which is defined as inflation, headline inflation at 2% at all times. At all times. And then it says subject to that, support economic policy of government, including growth and employment. Okay, so there's a lot of wiggle room in there, both with regard to the primary objective of price stability at all times, headline, and subject to that, this second set of things, growth and employment, which in itself are two different things. So over time, there's been, and within the committee, it's fair to say, they're changing weights on all those things. And an important question is, how do those weights change by the state of the economy and the kinds of pressures that we're under? So let me move then to the second point, which is what are, in the face of what pressures or the environment should we be considering the remit? So there, of course, the direct influences, and those were brought up in Ian's opening remarks. There can be fiscal pressures and so forth. Financial stability issues, which my governor has also brought forward, which I would also agree are an important factor that one has to consider. We could talk about jawboning as a direct pressure on the independence of the central bank. But there are also very important indirect influences which are relevant for the state of the economy and therefore relevant for my price stability, subject to, et cetera, objective. And that is the fiscal side. We can't kind of ignore that when there's fiscal spending or fiscal retrenchment. It becomes an important ingredient in the overall economic environment, and that does affect my decisions. We could also talk about productivity enhancements and how that is relevant for my monetary policy decisions. So there are kind of two ways in which we can bring together this what do I do, what's my remit telling me to do, and what is the in face of what, economic environment or other pressures. Well, the first one, as I say, is the state of the economy, and Helge did bring that up already in his introductory remarks. How are my decisions affected by 5 years above in my inflation target of 2%? It's never been at 2% since in my 5 years. I think it was maybe once. It was a touch and go experience. That means inflation expectations are elevated. That means inflation volatility and volatility of inflation expectations are both elevated. And this, of course, generates precautionary savings buffers on the part of consumers and households because of their concern about what the value of their purchasing power is at the end of each paycheck. And so we end up with a consequence of slower growth or slower consumption coming through that channel. So I can't achieve my objectives unless I pay attention to the state of the economy. Now, the second point, though, that affects my environment, in which I have to make decisions, is another state of the economy, and that is spillovers. I'm a small open economy with a large financial sector. Cross-border spillovers in terms of financial conditions, which means the macroeconomic environment and the monetary policy decisions being made by my neighbors, as well as in Asia now, people are paying a lot more attention to that set of economies and the monetary policy authorities there. Those spillovers into my financial conditions are incredibly important for my decisions, and they cannot be ignored. There are some times when we can, and I can sort of say, financial markets are doing my work for me. I can wait a little longer for doing what's appropriate for my underlying economic conditions at home. And there are other times when the financial market conditions are inappropriate for my economic conditions at home, and I have to communicate that to financial markets. So how do I kind of bring that together with sort of the de jure versus de facto state of central bank independence? Obviously, the better are the de jure foundations of central bank independence, whether that be governance, whether that be clear remit. The better are those foundations of de jure independence, the better I can anchor my inflation expectations, which I've said are very important for the underlying economic environment. That means I can weather shocks better, wherever they come from. And last year I gave a speech in New Zealand on the 25th anniversary of inflation targeting there at the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, called Holding Anchor in Turbulent Waters. And that addresses these two issues of how to bring together the remit, what we are supposed to do, what we are guided to do, and what are the pressures that make it very difficult for us to do that.
Excellent. Thank you, Catherine. Jacob. Oh dear. Okay, we still know who you are, even without a name tag, I think. You experienced a huge development in central banking in your whole career. Why don't you?
Thank you very much. And so please, because I have probably the most number of years of dealing with these topics, not because of talent, but because of demography, so please stop me when you feel that I've extended my time. Let me start only by saying how thrilled I am to be here today. And one of the reasons is that 31 or 32 years ago, when we were meeting for the first time, we realized how poor forecasters central bankers are. When I asked Boris, the young assistant at the time, where will he be, somebody joked and said, well, he even may become the governor. Nobody spoke about the ECB only for one reason. The ECB did not exist, which means that part of our challenge is not to deal with the existing situation and the existing questions, but to anticipate another situation, another institutional setting that we are not familiar even with. So again, I'll take you 31 years ago. My paper was titled The Role of Central Bank Independence. 31 years later, the panel is about the role of central bank independence. Are we stupid or do we have amnesia? And the answer is neither of the above. The questions will remain, but the circumstances change to such an extent that these questions remain and will remain relevant for a long time. What are the main differences that have taken place since that time? I would say that there are two major issues. Number one, the role of financial markets has become clear and much wider than before. And it's not just a matter of identifying who are the players, but it's a very different rhythm. In the old days, in order to transmit information from one place to the other, and in order to have economic effect, the boat had to carry the cargo from one continent to the other to unload it, and then you know something has happened. And today it's just a finger. Which means when we speak today about fragmentation, let's not be confused. Fragmentation does not reduce or eliminate interdependence. The interdependence is there. What fragmentation does, it destroys the machinery that allows the system to internalize externalities from that interdependence. So it makes life more difficult. But the reality is that the challenges are there and probably very big. The second issue is, of course, the role of the private sector. So when we speak about central banks being the only game in town, we normally meant to say because fiscal authorities were paralyzed or impotent or whatever reasons. But that's not the game. The game is happening in the private sector, and they have never been paralyzed. They have been maybe distorted because of the paralysis of somebody else, but they are there. So the only game in town is not actually a complement to central bank. It's a reflection of a sad state of affairs, that the orchestra that has a lot of musicians is playing only with one violin. Don't be surprised that occasionally there are no harmony in this orchestra, especially when the conductor forgets his music at home, because the conductor has forgotten his music at home of the international financial system. So we're now enough for generalities, and I will only come back to the substance. We spoke about terminology. In the old days, if we were talking here 30, 40 years ago, probably the speaker here would have been Fritz Machlup. And Fritz Machlup would have never started a discussion in a panel without having the terminology. What are the meaning of words? So when you go and discuss with politicians about central bank independence, there is nothing that makes them more angry. We have campaigned and raised money for so much time in order to be elected, and suddenly you has been appointed to tell us what to do. And for the masses, it sounds such a reasonable argument. So I think that one of the tasks that has not changed over the past 30 years is still an educational task of what is the meaning of externalities, what's the meaning of a public good, why is it in the interest of the system as a whole to delegate and relegate authority to an independent agency called the central bank, why is it coming and ensuring a kind of time consistency by doing all of that. That's the kind of things that we understand. But the public, it's very difficult to explain. So we do have, and this was mentioned time and again, an inflation bias in our democratic system. Because the democratic system, by necessity, has to be led by elected politicians, good people, but they have to be elected in a given time horizon, which is typically shorter than the horizon the economy needs. That's all. And what we need as central bankers is to calibrate and say, you are too short-termistic, so let me appoint a governor or a central bank that is much more conservative to the other direction so that the average outcome will be socially optimal. This is the essence of the Rogoff paper in the QJE years ago, called the conservative central banker. Conservatism is not a political stance, it's an inclination for the longer term. Longer term means responsibility, means accountability, means memory, means investment and growth, means sustainability. All of the kind of things that in the short term are out of the discussion, and they are out of the discussion because when you have a fire, you have to worry about extinguishing it. And when you extinguish the fire, you put a lot of water. When you put a lot of water, you don't worry about the carpets. You worry about extinguishing the fire. Which brings me to the next question, which is, what is the definition of success? In a short-termistic perspective, the definition of success is, did the firefighter extinguish the fire? That's a terrible definition, because you are always coming from behind. The next question is, how do I prevent the next fire? And more difficulty, how do I make sure that when I do a policy today in order to extinguish a fire, I do not basically plant the seeds for the next fire? Those are the kind of things that are relevant for this discussion. And that's why the word, every word that starts with a C is relevant. Communication, consistency, credibility, etc. There are a lot of C's in the language.
CEOs.
CEO means Chief Entertainment Officer. Let me, now that we spoke about short-term, long-term, and terminology, etc., I want to come to the more important thing, which is, tell me when to stop. I did not start yet. Which is one of the reasons why central banks all over the world, including the Fed, have been criticized and in a way have been challenged and lost credibility is that during the last large crisis, they, quote, came from behind. And we need to understand why. The economists are first rate, nobody has better data, nobody has better analysts. So the question is, why did they come from behind? One of the reasons, I think, is our inclination and fixation to be what is called data dependent. Because data dependent is saying, until I see this happening, I'm not going to respond. And I remember the days when Janet Yellen said, I need to see the unemployment reaching that number before I respond. By definition, when things are already there, you are coming from behind. So that's not, it's not a criticism, it's a built-in. But I think that what we should do is replace the word data dependence with the word anticipatory data dependence. And if it is anticipatory data dependence, then I need to have a model. Another victim of the GFC has been discreditation of models. But coming back, we cannot operate without models, and that's why we need to have strong research department. That's for you. And so So when I say anticipatory is important, means, in a way, if I'm too much attached to the legacy of the past, it's a burden, it's not an advantage. Now let me,
We'll give you one more minute.
One more minute.
Okay.
Fine. When the question was permanent versus transitory, we had a big discussion on this. And I think this is also misplaced. It's not the question for the observer after the effect to tell me this was permanent and this was transitory, let's see who won. That's not the issue. The role of the central bank and of policymaker in general is to make sure that transitory shocks remain transitory before they become permanent. Deal with them as they happen or prevent them to make sure that no shock becomes permanent. In fact, when a shock becomes permanent, you failed. And this is really one of the issues. A central banker or a policymaker is not an observer seeing the car race, who comes first and who is transitory and who is not. His role is to make sure, to insist who is there. So I spoke about, and by definition, volatility is the name of the game, because we are now in a world in which capital markets are the key game. In capital markets, the key word is risk management. When you have risk management, it means that results happen. When results happen and you want to minimize their impact on you ex ante, make sure that the strategy is building resilience. So building resilience is not only because in the past I erred, but rather to prevent the future to have large damage. So volatility is the name of the game in financial markets. And why? Because all the past is translated into current pricing. All expected future is translated into current pricing. So the current pricing, this dot of today's number, reflects the entire path of the history, entire path of expected future. It's enough that a tiny element of the expected futures changes, only expected futures, without even seeing the policy itself, that the results in the market will move immediately. In fact, it's healthy that the results in the market move immediately because it takes out the steam. Otherwise, it accumulates the steam. And when the policy takes place, that's where all the pressure will come up. So volatility is not something that we say, I don't like it. It's part of the reality, and in fact, if you don't see it, it means that somebody else holds the valve and does not allow the full manifestation of the information to show itself in the marketplace.
Jacob, you're redefining what 1 minute is.
Yes.
Yeah, definition of 1 minute. So one more sentence?
One more sentence, only
Okay.
related to the dual mandate. When I spoke to Paul Volcker about the dual mandate, if I wanted to make him angry, I mentioned the dual mandate. He really blew his head off, which was tall anyhow. Because he said, there is no way that with the single instrument that I have, I can play this Mickey Mouse between output and employment. This is the Phillips curve era, and we failed dramatically because nobody guided me how to find the balance between the two. And therefore, the only way I can achieve, and I don't refute the law, but the only way in which I can achieve long-term growth and price stability is to focusing on as if I only have one single target. So this terminology matters, and that's where I started.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. Okay, we've touched on a lot of topics in that. We already have questions from the audience. Should we go for that? Yes. Okay.
Hi. No, this
Can we
was.
comment on each other's?
Sorry, would we let them?
Yep.
We weren't going to do questions yet, but.
May I actually ask my question now? Because Marcelo Estevão from the Institute of International Finance. This was interesting discussion, but I don't think you delivered on the question. I mean, I don't think this is the audience that you need to convince the central bank independence is important, and the importance of doing maybe an anticipatory action to be more active. The question is, why is central bank independence under attack? I think that's the question. It's almost like you guys are practicing to talk to politicians with us, which I think is fine. But the issue is, why is there's this institutional deterioration in Western democracies? That's what it is. If you have a talk like maybe because there has been a while since there has been a real crisis where central bank needs to be tough. The Volcker's inflation was in the 80s. People lost memory of that. So I think the question is why there is this stronger pressure on central bank, and it's really in the US. If you go to some emerging markets and you go to parliament and say the president is trying to undermine central bank independence, the president would fall. So take the example of Brazil now. Interest rates in Brazil now, real rates in Brazil now are 10%. And the president tried to discredit the central bank. Nobody paid attention. So why? Because Brazil had a history of hyperinflation and of institutional mediocrity that was solved. And people don't want to go back. So I think that's the question. Why is central bank independence under attack? Not the importance of central bank independence. We know that.
Yes.
We are in the private side.
Okay, so before we get more audience questions, we will let the panel itself focus on respond to the questions that's been raised here. We can include that. And also we're particularly interested in what can we do right now with populist politicians attacking central banks across the world. Catherine, do you want to start?
So, just in commenting on a couple of other couple of points that my fellow panelists made. Ian, on financial stability and how you kind of put it in a separate corner that somehow it tempers the direction or the emphasis on central bank independence on monetary policy. I think the two of them go hand in hand. They may not go hand in hand in terms of a time dimension, but you can't have one without the other. And that they become importantly related because of the role of the financial markets playing kind of both sides of that. On Burkhart, on the cost of living, you were mentioning, you were noting the long legacy of the hyperinflation in Germany being played out now, and that's perhaps relevant for Marcelo's comment as well, is that most people in the advanced economies have not had experience of double-digit inflation. And that's what it was supposed to be, the great moderation. It was supposed to be the successful outcome of central bank independence and inflation targeting was the great moderation. We didn't have any inflation, and people didn't have to worry about it. They weren't attentive. Times changed because the good luck of the great moderation has run out, and we have to address the fact that the good luck ran out at the same time as the financial markets have become a much more important discipliner of the behavior of economies and of central bankers. And Jacob, the data dependence. I think we have to be a little careful. I'm talking about what data do we look at. A lot of it is forward-looking. At the Bank of England, we have the 1 year ahead pricing expectations of firms and the distribution of those pricing expectations. And that is a look into the crystal ball because those companies are pretty good at, and we can evaluate that research-wise, we can evaluate how good companies are at their forward-looking pricing strategies, and they're pretty good. So we can use that as an indication of whether we are doing the right thing or not. Inflation expectations, there was a presentation earlier today about that. But the thing that you did not address, and I wonder if you would like to comment on it, is how much policymakers continue to believe that the channel of transmission of monetary policy has to go through aggregate demand before it impacts inflation. I do not believe that, but a surprising number of SFARs continue to have an assumption included in their, in the columns that there is no immediate effect on inflation. And increasingly, the research, at least at the Bank of England, is very clear
that my decisions have immediate effect on inflation. I do not have to wait for 18 to 24 months to have an impact. And yet, a lot of decision making is continuing to be on the assumption that it has to go through aggregate demand before we see an effect.
Hey, Ian, do you want to respond right away?
Will you allow me a very quick poll of the audience? Does anybody in the room disagree with central bank independence? Put your hand up. So we are preaching to the converted. Populists. Let's consider, in my very limited knowledge of Latin, what the word populist derives from, which is populus, which is the people. The people do not like what economic policymakers have been inflicting on them. So it's no great surprise that populists are doing better than other mainstream parties at the moment. I'll try to be a devil's advocate on this. Why? First reason is there's a big chunk of the population, the people, who feel left behind. They don't think economic policy making has served their interests, and they're probably right. Second, many see banks as the perpetrators of crisis, and yet they see banks rescued, but, to take one extreme example, Greek pensioners penalized. That feeds populism. You also have distributive effects. And here I think there is a question that's raised in Andrew Bailey's speech about whether financial stability has greater distributive effects than mainstream monetary policy aimed at the interest rate. Because there's a sense in which if you get stability wrong, it's the small savers who may well suffer from it and the big banks and others who will benefit from it. There's also a perception that quantitative easing, in whatever form you want to nominate it, benefited asset holders, rich asset holders, and didn't do much for the poorer segments of the population. I'm sounding very convincing to myself at the moment. And then you have the fact that high interest rates, as we've seen them in the last, well, at least in the immediate response to 21-22 inflation, did seem to go into higher profits for banks. Yet again, an argument that might be made. So I come up with 3 or 4 questions. One is, we all know the tying of hands argument for independence. We're perfectly familiar with it. Is it still fully justified? Is it still making a strong case for full independence? Burkhard, you mentioned accountability. How accountable really are central banks? They have to appear before, in the case of the European Central Bank, the Monetary Policy Committee of the European Parliament. They sit on the platform and the members of Parliament are below them and nothing happens.
Well, I had the same level because I'm quite tall. So,
but you're cheating.
When I said not...
Just because you're 2 meters 50, you don't get a special place. Then consider what accountability might mean to the people, the populace. Yeah. I think it would be that they get to vote on it at some stage, but you cannot vote on independent central banks by definition. So there is a gap in accountability there where I do not think what we stylize as the median voter has any genuine input into monetary policy, and yet they're affected by it. So let me conclude by what might be the most basic test. The era of strong central bank independence started, as Catherine just mentioned, 25, maybe 35 years ago with New Zealand, despite the fact that the Bundesbank and the Fed had already been independent, and the Swiss National Bank. Basic test. Has economic performance in this era been better than what came before, or worse? And is the fact that economic performance generally has seemed to be on a downward trend orthogonal to central bank independence or related to it? I'll leave that question floating to see it. And I stress that I am being a devil's advocate.
Okay, just because you mentioned New Zealand, one of the things that we did find interesting was when there was a global push at the beginning of the year, a joint letter from central banks supporting Jerome Powell and his attacks on Jerome Powell, the New Zealand finance minister, so the RBNZ, the New Zealand Central Bank, signed the letter, and then the finance minister publicly scolded Anna Breman for signing this because she got involved they felt she overstepped here. So even sort of the paragon here of independent central bank independence was then criticized by its own government.
He was probably trying to be careful not to offend Trump.
But is that then not an issue here? Okay, Helge.
That question you hand to me. We're discussing central bank independence not because we don't agree it's important right now, but because it's at stake because inflation is up and central banks need to do what they need to do. So that's the answer. This is why, that's the real answer why it's under pressure, at least for the advanced world, I think. And that's normal, right? And so we shouldn't be surprised as students of history of central banking, as everybody on this panel left and right of me is. But it's also clear that, Marcelo, right, that learning how to talk to politicians and in turn to everybody, right, the median voter that allegedly has nothing to do with central bank independence, and I disagree, right, is important because ultimately these debates or these fistfights around, do we dampen demand at a time when it's not convenient to dampen demand, sort of are decided in the court of public opinion. That is the secret of the Bundesbank's success. You're not made independent and stay independent because there's a law that says so. You need the law, it's a necessary condition, but a sufficient condition it is not. So you have to win these public debates, and we have to continuously learn how to make our point. Just pointing at the interest rate, will not do it. Telling people we want you to have less wage growth because that will fuel consumption, that will push up inflation. Also not a good idea, maybe correct. So what is it that we do? We speak about sort of the benefits in the short and the medium and long term of price stability and how on balance this is helpful. We have to find examples, we have to convince people of our arguments. And so it's good that we practice, right, together in this room and look for, I'm looking forward to your good ideas, Marcelo, on this issue. I think a complexity, and this, I love your point to research departments in central banks and at the IMF, thank you, is that the economy is constantly changing. That financial sector that today, Catherine, you said I can sit back and let the financial markets do my work for me, sort of under certain conditions, wasn't there for the Bundesbank when it made its way. They just had to pick up the phone and tell the banks how much credit to issue. So it's a completely different world. These financial markets, as you explained, are forward-looking. So what is it that we do to help them amplify our policy intentions? And that's where the current debate is. And there I get a little nervous when people interpret data dependency literally. Data dependency cannot mean that we wake up in the morning with a clean slate and decide what we do, given the data. That's not what people mean. That's also not what large advanced economy central banks mean when they say it. Right? It's if I'm data dependent, I'm dependent on what the forecast will do with the new data as I get together and decide about the future of the economy by setting monetary conditions now. That must be the meaning. And so communication about how I do this, right? What is the framework in which I operate are essential, and sometimes forward guidance can be helpful, depends on the circumstances. But making it up as we go along is not the meaning of data dependence, and I'm sure we can also agree on that.
Well, thank you. So I want to take up two other points, but of course here also in the core of our discussion. The one is the mission creep of central banks, because for me it's central in this, of course, discussion of the independence of central banks. Our central banks, modern central banks, operated in a more much complex environment, obviously, than in the past. Jacob, of course, told us that this is, of course, one of the big challenges. So we have to deal now not only with financial stability, also digitalization, climate-related financial risk, cyber risk, the transformation of payments, and all affect the environment in which our monetary policy operates. So we as central bankers cannot simply ignore those kind of issues. And if a development is relevant for price stability, financial stability, or the functioning of the monetary system, we have definitely the responsibility to analyze it and also to explain its implications. But analyzing risk is definitely not the same as taking political decisions. Central banks, of course, can assess the macroeconomic and financial implications of fiscal policy, of climate risk, of the digitalization and also the financial stability. But the political choices themselves belong to elected governments and elected parliaments. Well, the latest example, I would say, in the last couple of years was when central banks started to look at the climate-related financial risks. They do so because these risks can affect price and financial stability. For me, it was always obvious. But this is a mandate-related risk analysis, and it's definitely not climate policy. I'm, by the way, also not eager to do anything in climate policy because it's up to the politicians. It's not up to us as central bankers. The same applies to digital payments, a world where I'm focusing on since a couple of years. In an increasingly digital economy, of course, central bank money must remain available and also usable. What kind of course, digital money we will see? We have different passes and different jurisdictions. But at the end, this is relevant for the trust of money, for the resilience of the overall payment system, and also for monetary sovereignty. But here, I'm absolutely clear, the central bank's role must be clearly defined. So I would not say that central banks should be silent on new challenges, but they must be, how should I describe it? They must be disciplined in how they address those kind of new challenges. The second point I wanted to address is also then the political stance of central banks or central bank board members. Because some central bankers, in my point of view, have become very vocal on political or also societal issues. The question I would have here is, of course, what does it mean for the institutional level? Of course, central banks should not be politically partisan. At the same time, independence does not mean silence. I've already said that. But if the developments are becoming relevant to our mandate and also our statutory tasks, for example, price stability, we have to respond and to explain our analysis. So if pressed, for example, here on specific interventions on fiscal growth or also growth policy debates, we have, for example, an own part in our Bundesbank Act, where we have to advise the federal government in Germany on questions of monetary significance. So that means sound public finances are for us, of course, precondition for price stability. And speaking up for the conditions for monetary policy to succeed is definitely part of our mandate. So it's not the same thing, I would say, as telling the government what to do, as we are pretty disciplined about that line. But at the end, political decisions belong to elected governments and parliaments, and the important distinction, and I will close with that, is between being mandate relevant and then being partisan, and of course central banks must be the former.
Okay, fabulous. What Burkhard here, of course, did not mention is that two of his fellow board members did actively participate in anti-AfD demonstrations in Germany. I'm aware you have a policy of not commenting on that and that it's Meinungsfreiheit and all that, but it is one that one then notices that if you as a central banker go out and set a political act, wouldn't it then be expected that there's a reaction from those politicians, or those politicians then take you into the crossfire and say, we've seen this in the UK now with reform targets saying they might put a treasury official there if they win power, or they don't like the way QT is being done. Ian, I can see.
Yeah, but also is the case of Mark Carney being visibly against Brexit.
Yes, we do see that, and I lived in Switzerland for 6 years, where central banks, even when there were these referendums about central bank policy, that affected them quite actively. They did try to stay back as much as possible. I'm aware we're running out of time. We had one question from the audience, an ad hoc one. We have a lot more. I see Yanis. Okay. Shall we collect some quick questions over here, on the side over here? We'll take Yanis, then we'll take the lady over there, and then we'll take the first row, please.
Thank you, Zoe. That was a very lively discussion. Thank you. It's very close to the heart of every central banker in this room or anywhere else. I just want to ask you, more Professor Begg, but also everybody will be welcome to reply. Don't we perhaps overestimate the risk of fiscal dominance these days? That, as Jacob said, that financial markets prevail, bond markets are huge. Governments know very well that when inflation is low, 10-year bond yields are going to be low. So with the interest rates as a percent of GDP, the order of 3% now worldwide, what is the interest of governments to want to dominate fiscally central bank independence? Do you perhaps overestimate this risk, at least from the country that I know best, and believe me, who have passed through the crisis, Greece? It's much better to have low inflation. That helps the government to keep the deficit low as well.
Thank you. And it was your turn over there.
Thank you. Ira Dublin-Norris, the IMF. So I'm going to go back to the point on fiscal dominance. I mean, one, you could think about the government putting direct pressure in terms of interest rate policy. We're sort of seeing whiffs of that in the U.S. Already. There's other ways you can see the government putting pressure. But your colleague Ian, Ricardo Reich, has talked about financial repression as another way out. Because, we are in a world with very, very high levels of debt. So in a sense, it's sort of, the view is that perhaps anything goes. And it may not just be direct interest rate intervention, but it could be something else. I'd be curious to hear your views on that.
Thank you. And here, first row, please.
Ricardo Lago, University of Miami. Otmar Isin, the first chief economist of the European Central Bank, was very strong on being proactive to prevent asset bubbles. And he mentioned that in many speeches. I was a student of Armen Alchan and Ben Klein. And in the 70s, they wrote this paper on the correct measurement of inflation. You should include asset prices. So I would like the panel to comment on this. And very quickly, I have another question. The target 2 balances at 1.5 trillion and growing, is at some point the European Central Bank going to discuss and perhaps propose something like the inter-district settlement account of the 12 districts of the Federal Reserve? Thanks.
Okay, who wants to start? Ian?
Kalispera, Yanni. I think it's a difficult question because if you look around the countries which are most exposed to fiscal risks, France clearly finding it so difficult to curb public expenditure, and the deficit still, from memory, 5-6% of GDP, debt around 120%. That is a heavy fiscal burden all the time, even though France benefits hugely from being inside the protection of the Eurozone, in contrast to the UK, where the level of debt service expenditure now greatly exceeds the expenditure on health and education put together. So there's a problem there that the politicians don't seem to be able to resolve. And the question for central bankers to me then becomes, if it reaches the point where there is maybe not quite as severe as happened in Greece in the period between 2010 and 2015, but a risk of default or rising interest rates which add to the burden on the fiscal authorities and crowd out other public expenditure, what then happens? Do the central bankers say, it's your fault, we're going to raise interest rates anyway? Or will there be a sense of caution that says, if we do this, we are going to collapse the economy in much the same way as happened to Greece? I think that's where the tension lies and where it ties in with your point about financial repression. This is the big risk because of the profligate nature of the fiscal authorities. Their hands are not tied, and they don't seem likely to be tied in the near future. And as for what's happening in the US, well, who knows where another 2 years of Trump will lead the public finances of the US. Maybe a weakening of the dollar's credibility. But I suspect Hélène will deal with this at lunchtime.
Helge, I see already you.
Yeah, so thank you. I think in that game between the fiscal authority and the central bank, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, for the central bank to be the Stackelberg leader. The government moves more slowly, and there's dynamics. You described some of them. One step is high, interest rate payments are. So they just are where they are. So I think it's an illusion to think that by promising being tough at the end and raising interest rates, you're going to make the government do your bidding. I think you have to argue along the lines of what is good fiscal policy. You have to convince both the population and the politicians to, that high debt ultimately is detrimental to growth, and you have to try to convince in the domain of fiscal policy itself. I think that's essential. And as Era said, there are many ways in which this problem can be solved that are not good. Right? So, and just one highlight, we are thinking about the debt that is currently visible, but the expenditure pressures that are coming our way in Europe from defense spending, from energy security policies, and infrastructure, a lot of things are very high for some countries, up to 5% of GDP, sort of in the medium term, additional spending pressures. This is a real problem, and the way central banks should engage on the substance of it, which is a fiscal policy one.
Okay, Catherine, I can see you.
So the point on sort of fiscal dominance, I think we have to kind of recognize that financial markets can play a very important role in disciplining the fiscal authorities. Maybe not in every country, but the lessons that kind of came from emerging markets, from which all the central bank independence and inflation targeting lessons came from, was if without those two things, the head of state, finance minister, usually central bank governor, we're all turfed out. Now, fast forward to an advanced country where fiscal issues generated a certain degree of financial market discipline, and a prime minister, a finance minister, but not the central bank governor, were turfed out. So financial markets can play a very important role in disciplining the fiscal authorities. As I say, not in every country, but there is experience in advanced countries where that's true. Ian, you were talking about a doom loop, basically, higher interest rates, inflationary effects, and it doesn't happen in France. Well, there are two reasons. One, financial markets are not disciplining France because they don't get at France directly. And number two, there's no exchange rate for France specifically. So for any country that does have international exposure and an exchange rate, that is an avenue for a doom loop.
So you were obviously referencing the Truss moment, which we keep hearing again whenever there are any weird demands in the UK. Jacob, I've seen you taking a ton of notes.
without dominating the rest of the time, do you want to give us a quick answer?
Well, I know that I start with a deficit of time, so, but since we live with deficits and we want to show the deficits are survival, we will continue in carrying deficits, which means that we are optimistic because it means the future is long. Otherwise, we would not have been able to do it. I want to come for 1 minute to Marcelo's, I would say, passionate question. Of course, the idea is not to educate the central bankers, but the idea is to recruit the central bankers. If you are so convinced that you are doing the right thing, but the problem is elsewhere, what do you do if you somehow decided by convention or by law that you are not allowed to speak? In Israel, the law of the Bank of Israel says that the governor wears two hats. One is a governor like any governor, and second is also the chief economic advisor of the government, which is a challenge because on the one hand, for relevance you need to have proximity, and for independence you need to have distance. So the question is, how do you balance it? And that's why it is very much individually dependent. In my case, I served 6 prime ministers from right or left, but there was no budget discussion that came to a vote before the governor expressed his view about the budget. Not always successfully, but it was part of the understanding that monetary policy is part of an orchestra. An orchestra includes the budget. And decisions in the budget have profound implications to what we do in monetary policy. If there is a wage negotiations that the government is involved in, it's only natural that the central bank will express his view about it because that's what we are talking about. That's the subject. And to pretend that somehow this is belonging to somebody else's territory is really a very bureaucratic way to think about a system. So I'm not shy or afraid about it, but I can say that one of the challenges that we have is that blaming the firefighters for the fire. US central bankers came to the saving of the crisis, and they found themselves therefore being responsible for it without having the tools to address it. And the question was, when I was asking when I asked Jean-Claude Trichet, why did you enter into this? His answer was, because I'm also a citizen in addition to being a head of a financial institution. Well, it's a very respectable answer, but it means that we are in a problem. I remember I was sitting in Paul Volcker's office when the decision was announced that the Fed is going into the market to buy assets in order to clean the kind of the housing crisis that were there. And he told me, I understand what they are doing, but this is a slippery slope that will bring about challenges to the Fed's independence, because you are entering into area in which there will be fiscal consequences. So those are issues that therefore the answer cannot be black or white, but that's why judgment is important. And that's what I would say about this. I think that about the interaction with other authorities in the government is depending on the culture and on the experience of the country. I remember the picture of Alan Greenspan being pictured in the inauguration ceremony of Clinton sitting next to Hillary. And there was a big scandal that he is destroying the independence of the Fed because he's sitting next to the executive arm. So those are issues that at the end of the day, you cannot take a snapshot and say this is the situation. You need to have a time series, say where are we, what's the culture, and all of that. That's basically what I say.
Okay, we're nearing the end. Are there any more urgent questions from the audience? Oh, sorry, none of you answered. Target 2 was ignored.
We're all waiting for Luc to answer that question.
Are there any more questions from the... Yes, back here in the middle we have one. Let's collect another 3. I think we can squeeze that in. Asset Boswell, sorry. You also didn't...
Yeah, thank you. I think that this topic is sufficiently important or actually actually constitutes a ground of the central banking operations and central banking role in the society, so that I can also deliver a somewhat heretic thought on this. Okay, very interesting discussions, but I have not heard apart from Mr. Balz about the actual legal and that I would say constitutional foundations of the central bank independence. I mean, this whole discussion took more than an hour, but I have only, I think, twice heard the word legal, and I have never heard the issue of the constitutional guarantees of the central banks. And all of the laws of the countries, basically with constitutional significance, do guarantee this independence. Now, I just wonder whether in hour and something of the discussion we haven't found a ground to address this sufficiently. Mr. Balz said, yeah, there is a legal foundation for this, but that's not sufficient. I think that this is the route, or this is the avenues that should be explored in order to achieve a better general understanding and apprehension of the central bank independence. And it should not be instituted necessarily by central banks. There are also other players in the market and the society who may eventually understand that central bank independence is something that is also very, very important for the general society. So thanks.
Okay, we had first row here as well.
Yeah. Okay, this is a question for Ian. Going back to the populist story, would that the shifting of the focus from, say, average inflation to distributional effect of inflation change the picture? And the reason why I'm asking is because it looks like when you look at distributions, the effect of monetary policy seems to occur only in the very, very low part of the income distribution and a very, very high part of the income distribution. So it doesn't seem to be room for improvement along those dimensions.
Do we have a third question, or should we answer those two, given that we still need to answer asset bubbles from the previous round? Oh, yes, here, sorry. Left hand. Sorry, here. First, front row, second row, sorry. Lady in green. Turquoise.
Thank you. I've one question, which is about a prediction, and I know we have some skepticism about economic forecasts, but if it's true that artificial intelligence will lead to considerable increases in unemployment, will central banks such as the Fed and Bank of England that have some sort of a dual mandate and issue about employment be at a disadvantage when trying to control inflation in the future? And is the dual mandate a threat embedded in the mandates of those banks?
Okay, perfect. We have, just because I know Catherine wanted to be out in the sun the whole time, so we have about 4 minutes left, which means let's start with Catherine and let's try to answer as much as possible in a short amount of time. I know, impossible. Where's the dual mandate?
So I'll leave the dual mandate question, but the asset bubble question, because I think that is an important one. So there's a fair amount of research that makes it clear it's hard to identify when there is an asset bubble and when you should prick it, right? Yeah, there is. Because I think it's Luke, who I think all research kind of goes back to Luke one way or another. Several years ago, a conference sort of like saying, well, 5 of the 3 asset bubbles would have been pricked, right? And what do you lose? What do you lose when you prick an asset bubble too soon? There's a lot of conclusion that you lose innovation at the top. Yes, you do. I know you're shaking your head, but you lose innovation. However, I can remember from my G7 work when I was at the Federal Reserve that there's also an issue that some central banks can clean, and some central banks and other authorities working together can clean up, which with a much greater capacity to clean up a mess than others. And so the decision about whether or not to prick a bubble, is partly endogenous to the capacity of an economy and their authorities to respond. The problem is that most bubbles are global,
because again, it's a financial market and it's a global financial market. So you have a disconnect between what the consequences are of bubble breaking for individual economies. But to argue that you should break all bubbles when you don't know what the consequences on the innovation side should be, I think is something we have to be very careful of when we make decisions about whether or not to enter into a bubble breaking exercise.
This is a very tough question, Ricardo. So I'm not going to resolve it completely. But on the one hand, you cannot argue much against what Catherine was saying. It's a tough game, and the cost of a mistake is not low. By the same token, I remember 31 years ago here, actually in Hotel Argentina, when Mandel was asked about the same question, about bubble, he said, how do I know what is a bubble before it bursts? Which means, for him, a bubble is something that bursts, which means coming behind the curve. Very unsatisfactory situation, needless to say. So there is also a saying that some of the problems arose because they were too big to fail, and some became too big to fail because they were too small to be bothered with when they were small. So the art is really to find the middle ground, and that's where I will ask Ricardo to find and identify it for us.
I think we can agree that a bubble that finances a boom in residential real estate is different from a bubble that defines the evolution of the internet or potentially AI. So I think that at least is something you need to consider before you can answer that question. On the legal independence, I think the consensus also in terms of how does it matter empirically is legal independence is a necessary condition, right, for a central bank to do what it needs to do. It's not sufficient. So the proof of the pudding is doing something with the legal independence that ultimately keeps inflation low.
Okay, Burkhard, I know you had follow-up on the
legal. Yeah, I was directly asked by the colleague. For me, of course, legal independence is absolutely indispensable. And without a clear legal framework, from my point of view, we as central bankers are really vulnerable to short-term political pressure. And this is, of course, becoming more and more obvious in these times. So the legal foundation must include a clear mandate, a protection from instructions, also operational autonomy and safeguards against monetary financing. With us in the Euro systems, I would say these kind of safeguards are relatively strong. The primary objective here of the price stability is laid down in the European treaties, as you know, and the ECB and the national central banks are protected from political instructions. And also, as I said, which is for me personally a key point, that monetary financing is prohibited. But from my point of view, also legal safeguards are not enough. De facto independence depends on whether institutions respect these safeguards in practice, and it also depends on whether central banks have the credibility and determination to act according to their mandate, even when decisions are unpopular. So this is why, and again I come back to accountability, for me is so key, so important. If central banks really can interact independent, of course they must explain also themselves. They need to show how their decisions are consistent with their mandate. And of course they also need to communicate clearly and transparently. And finally, independence rests on a broad stability culture. Politicians, markets, and the public do not agree or have to agree with every decision, but there must be a shared understanding that price stability is a common good. Thank you.
Excellent. Ian, we'll let you have, you kicked us off. We'll let you have the final word.
Vielen Dank. I'll try to answer Fabio's question. There are populists of the left, La France Insoumise. There are populists of the right, Fratelli d'Italia, Alternative for Deutschland, and about 6 different variations in the UK. They agree on one thing, that there's a problem. It doesn't mean that their diagnosis is correct from the distributive point of view, which I think is your point. So it's simply answering it with science. So this question, maybe the experiment we should try for next year, I know Boris will no longer be organizing the conference, but is to give a mandate to Claude or ChatGPT to run a monetary policy simulation and see if they do it better than the central bankers. And the last point is, I wrote down earlier and showed to Helge a comment, groupthink, and he said, that doesn't begin with C. So, okay, we'll call it collective think. Collective think is the trap, and we need to avoid it.
Okay, on that word, I know we still have a lot of ideas here. We'll be able to look at those over lunch. Thank you all so much for your attention, and thanks to all the panelists.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to this session right after lunch. It's usually the most difficult one. But I hope we will be so interesting in our deliberations that everybody will wake up. My name is Dubravko Mihaljak. I am external associate of Croatian National Bank, former BIS and IMF economist. I will make a few introductory remarks, but let me first introduce this distinguished panel. We have Mr. Ben Broadbent with Balyašny Asset Management, former Deputy Governor of Bank of England. We have Mr. Jeroen Klik, Executive Director at the IMF for Dutch-Belgian constituency, which is also Croatian home at the IMF. We have Mr. Christian Keller, Chief Economist of Barclays. We have Mr. Yanis Tournaras, Governor of the Bank of Greece, and very shortly, I'm sure Mr. Radovan Jelašić will also appear, CEO of Erste Bank Hungary and former Governor of National Bank of Serbia. So, since we are starting late and since some people will need to leave early in the next panel, let's immediately start. So what is this panel about? It is about what central banks can do on the topic of housing affordability. If you read, and everybody reads newspapers and other media, a sense of housing crisis is omnipresent in media. But the concept of affordable housing, which is intuitively appealing, is difficult to get a catch on. It cannot be distilled into a single reliable indicator. And this leaves a lot of room for interpreting what type of housing is unaffordable and where. For the EU, standard affordability indicators provide a mixed picture. At the aggregate level, some indicators have even improved over the 10 years. But the more you disaggregate, the more affordability issues emerge. The problem is that we don't have good disaggregated data at the level of cities, data at the level of regions smaller than NUTS 3, and we don't have a good breakdown by household situation. So what we can read from the data that are available is that socially most vulnerable, the homeless, the very low income families, they are the ones who are really struggling the most. Then there is also a middle income population that is struggling with housing. And these are renters at market rent. I will show some graphs later on. You can also identify a few groups like young people living with their parents, internationally mobile workforce, and international students. They are affected by shortage of urban housing. The issue that is of concern from the economic point of view is that these are highly productive labor force participants, and they would enhance the economy's potential if they took up jobs that are available in urban centers. But because of high cost of housing, they may be discouraged from doing so, and therefore the whole economy loses on a potential growth. This is the competitiveness issue associated with housing affordability. As I mentioned, one group struggling the most are tenants renting at market prices. The bars show long-term average of a ratio of people who are renting at market prices and who are facing very high cost of housing burdens. And these blue short bars are the latest observations. And you can see that in many European countries, latest observations for these groups are above the long-term average, meaning that a lot more people are suffering now than they used to in the long run. If you try to explain what's behind this affordability crisis, first thing you look at is house prices. On the left-hand side, you see nominal house price growth between 2015 and 24. In EU, nominal house prices increased by around 55%. And then you look at standard determinants. These green bars are gross disposable income, 45%, not far behind house price growth. Then you look at household financial assets, 50%, household net financial worth, 60%. So a lot of house price growth can be explained by fundamentals on the demand side. Then you look further to the right, you see this tall red bar. These are construction costs, 48%. So this also explains pretty much, pretty well the rise in house prices. And we have a few other factors. Demographic factors are also important. Europe is about to reach its peak population this year at around 440 million people and decline from there on. But what's happening is that household structure is changing. Single family households single person households are increasing fast. And that's where demand for additional housing is coming from. Immigration also. For us as central bankers, what's important is what is on this brown penultimate bar. These are housing loans. You see, cumulative growth of housing loans in the past decade has been around 30%, almost half the growth of nominal house prices. So just eyeballing it, you would say loans are not pushing the growth in house prices. And then when you look further, you start asking additional questions. The blue line in the left-hand panel are currency and deposits of households. You see that they have increased from around 7 to around 11 trillion in the euro area. You look at the right-hand panel, these are real mortgage rates, the green line, and real deposit rates, the orange line. So clearly during this period of pandemic, when real rates were deeply negative, there was an incentive for households with liquid assets to invest in housing. And that's indeed what we have seen. What's really interesting is that share of housing purchases without bank credit is currently at 30 to 40% in many countries that are represented here. And then 50% in France, Italy, and Ireland, 70% in Hungary from available data. So this is where the purchasing power comes from. And this is why it's difficult for monetary policy to do something about housing market, because at the moment it's not coming from the cost of credit. People already have funds available to buy housing. There are also important reasons on the supply side. In Europe, housing stock is relatively high, about 240 million dwellings, or 1.2 dwellings per household. This is fairly high. In some countries, it's 1.6 or more. And number of dwellings is rising faster than population, but not fast enough. New construction is very slow. It takes about 56 years to replace half of the housing stock. And after the Second World War, for example, Germany replaced half of its housing stock in 20 years. Croatia replaced half of its housing stock in 30 years. US also has experienced a huge decline in building productivity since the 1970s. Two factors were highlighted: high regulatory barriers, building regulations, and then low productivity in the construction sector. So this gives us a broad picture of demand, supply, and who is suffering the most. And now we would like to discuss what central banks can do about this. I suggest that we go first with Mr. Click to give us a broad perspective from the IMF point of view.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dubravko. And you said it actually very well in your introductory remarks that Croatia is home in our constituency. And it feels always, when I'm here, it feels like home. So thank you very much for that. And I would also like to take a moment to thank the Central Bank of Croatia for all what you're doing for our constituency and our other 15 countries in the constituency. So having said that, also to say the usual disclaimer, of course, the views that I express, they can, of course, not be attributed to the board and of the IMF. But this panel is actually raising a very important issue. Because housing affordability, it has actually real consequences for efficiency, mobility, and growth. And as you all know, the fund is absolutely not a housing institution, but we are always concerned when issues come up that affect macroeconomic stability, growth, and the allocation of resources. And housing affordability, that sits a little bit at that intersection. And at the IMF, we see actually three channels very clearly. First, housing affects macroeconomic dynamics. I think I don't need to convince anybody of that. That's we see through consumptions, savings, credit, and inflation. And inflation is especially through the rents. Second, the housing affordability affects also economic efficiency. When we have facing high housing costs, if that is preventing actually people from moving to the productive regions, we are just not facing a social issue, but we are also facing an issue of misallocation of labor. And then third, it also affects financial stability, that is given the concentration of bank exposures to real estate and the role of housing in credit cycle. So the answer to the question is, should the IMF actually engage in housing, is actually very simple. Yes, and we already do, because it has become a macro critical topic. And in fact, this links to what I would say we have a broader discussion for the moment in the IMF and especially in the board as what counts now as macro critical. And that has become a central question in our work, and including in what we are discussing right now in the fund, that is actually our comprehensive surveillance review. That is the set and decide on our policy, how our surveillance work should function. And I have to be honest with you, it's a very vivid discussion that we are having in the board on, is there a merit to work on issues beyond what I would say traditional or core variables such as fiscal, monetary, but do we need also to work on climate, demographics, gender, and housing? And housing is certainly not one of the traditional policy domain for the fund, and probably also not for central bankers, as housing is primarily, I would say, a structural policy issue. But when housing starts to affect inflation, financial stability, and the allocation of resources across the economy, it clearly enters what I would say the macro critical space. And then we must better understand the drivers and the dynamics of it. And an important observation, what we see in our recent Article 4 discussions at the board, for those who are not familiar, Article 4, that are the reports that every year our teams prepare for each of our 191 member countries. That is that housing, what we see there is housing affordability is no longer treated as a single issue concern, but it becomes more and more what I would say a recurring theme that is approached from different angles. And I will give you a couple of examples. For example, in the report on Canada, there our staff framed the deterioration of affordability basically as a result of strong demand interacting with persistent supply constraints. And the strong demand there also was indicated by immigration. And in Canada, they said, well, there are clear implications for productivity and macroeconomic stability. In the report on Spain, the staff put the emphasis more on the rising house prices driven by credit excesses and structural supply and demand imbalances. There, the staff was pointing that there is a need for a broad policy response and also expanding supply. And then a third example I want to give is Austria. In Austria, the discussion took a totally different angle, because what we see there was a sustained increase in house prices and rents over the past decades, but we had more and more concerns about the declining affordability, and that could become a potential source of macro financial vulnerability. So these examples illustrate a little bit how the fund starts increasingly to analyze housing affordability, depending, as you also said, on the country circumstances. So if I now turn to the role of monetary policy, my point would be that monetary policy clearly matters, but it cannot solve housing affordability challenges by itself. There is no doubt that financial conditions influence housing cycles. Interest rates affect borrowing costs, credit supply, and expectations, and they transmit to housing through multiple channels, being mortgage affordability, house prices, and wealth effects. So central banks cannot ignore housing, because it has become a central part of the monetary policy transmission mechanism. But there again, influence is not the same as control. And interest rates, they affect always the entire economy. They're not just affecting housing. And their impact on affordability is, I would say, also a little bit ambiguous, because tightening might actually slow house prices, but it can also raise borrowing costs. And for many households, affordability does actually not improve and may actually worsen. And a significant share, and I think that's a very important one that we need to bring up in the discussion of the housing demand, is relatively insensitive to interest rates. That are the cash buyers, the investors, and the wealth-driven demand. And that, I think, is particularly valid here for this very nice area of Dubrovnik and Croatia at a larger stage as well. So there are the limits, the degree of freedom and effectiveness of monetary policy as a targeted instrument. So affordability challenges that we see today are primarily driven by structural factors, so supply constraints, regulatory bottlenecks, market inefficiencies, and demographic pressures. So what I think what housing affordability requires, that is a coordinated policy approach. And I think there are three elements here. First, and I think that's the most important one, that are the supply side policies. The issue is supply. And we need to increase housing construction, reduce the bottlenecks, and better use the existing housing stock, including the vacant properties. Also something very relevant for Croatia. That's going to be one part of the solution. Second, we can explore macroprudential policies. They offer, of course, more targeted tools, I think, to loan to value, debt to income limits, capital buffers, and they can help to contain a little bit the credit-driven price dynamics without tightening actually the entire economy. But they also involve trade-offs, and that is in particular access, and especially for the younger and the first-time buyers. And then third, fiscal and structural measures. These are measures that need to be targeted to social housing, support for vulnerable household groups, and forms to actually also reduce speculative investments. And then I think about property taxation. And their policy design is actually very critical. And we also should not ignore poorly targeted subsidies. They risk fueling demand and worsening affordability. So what I think is very important is that it is a combination of measures, and not one individual measures, but it's that combination of individual measures that will deliver results. So where does it leave a little bit for central banks? I think there are three roles, and I will finish with that. First, and for all, that's the most important thing, is safeguarding financial stability, ensuring that the housing cycles do not turn into systemic risk. Second is safeguarding effective transmission. So central banks need to understand how housing markets shape inflation dynamics and how it impact actually monetary policy on households. And then third, central banks, they need to recognize that the root causes of housing affordability lie largely in structural and fiscal domains, and that central banks can only, I would say, complement, but certainly not substitute these policies. So I would like to conclude that if housing affordability challenges are not addressed, there is becoming a structural constraint on growth and on social cohesion. They can limit mobility, they can reduce productivity, and they entrench inequality. And we have also new research that actually indicate negative effects of housing affordability issues on fertility rates. And that compounds already also what you said, the negative demographic trends. And so lastly, and that's probably a very important one, that housing affordability also increasingly shape political dynamics. And this is precisely why the IMF is giving it a growing prominence, both in its surveillance work and both in its analytical work, because recognizing that housing affordability is no longer a sectoral concern, but also a macro-critical driver of economic and social outcomes. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Klick. I suggest that we go to Mr. Stornaras to give us Greek perspective, central bank.
Thank you. It's both an honor and a pleasure to be here, invited by my good friend and colleague, Boris, at this panel as part of the Dubrovnik Economic Conference. Actually, housing affordability has become one of the defining economic and social challenges of our time. And I'm afraid we have underestimated it both in our research and in policy making. Across advanced and emerging economies alike, the cost of housing has risen faster than incomes, placing increasing pressure on households and threatening both social cohesion and economic efficiency. At least in Greece, this is also behind the very negative demographic trends. At the core of this issue lie two fundamental questions. First, what determines the appropriate level of house prices and rents, and how adequate is current housing supply? Second, what are the wider implications of housing unaffordability on the broader economy, particularly in urban centers that act as hubs for economic activity, innovation, and talent attraction? How does this issue affect labor markets, productivity, and long-term economic growth? Let us begin with the first question. The long-term increase in house prices is not a mystery. It's largely explained by demand and supply fundamentals. Rising household income and accumulated wealth have increased purchasing power. Demographic changes such as smaller household sizes and urbanization have intensified demand in cities. At the same time, supply has often struggled to keep pace due to construction costs, land scarcity, zoning regulations, and other building restrictions. Monetary policy has also played a role. A prolonged period of low interest rates has enhanced the attractiveness of real estate as an investment. Although low rates offer favorable conditions for businesses and households, they may also contribute to increased investment in the housing market, while simultaneously reducing the incentives for saving in low-yield environments. Indeed, in many European countries, a large share of property purchases is not financed through mortgages. This suggests that housing demand is increasingly driven by accumulated wealth and investment motives. As a result, higher income households are able to outbid others, crowding out less affluent households from housing markets. This brings us to the second question: the efficiency losses associated with unaffordable housing. When workers cannot afford to live near centers of economic activity, labor mobility is reduced, vacancies remain unfilled, and productivity growth is constrained. Housing affordability, therefore, is not only a social concern, but also a macroeconomic one. At this point, it's useful to briefly consider the case of Greece, which clearly illustrates many of these developments. Greece definitely has been a success story, but there are still legacy issues, and this is one of them. In recent years, the Greek housing market has shown an imbalance between supply and demand, especially in metropolitan areas such as the capital, Athens. Prices and rents have increased significantly, even though the pace of growth has moderated somewhat. At the same time, housing affordability has deteriorated, with households facing one of the highest housing cost burdens in the euro area. You saw it in the first diagram shown. It was Greece an outlier here. It's about the highest housing cost burden was about 30%, 29, compared to about 7.7% in the rest of Europe. What makes this particularly striking is that high, albeit declining, home ownership rates have not translated into affordability. A key reason is that incomes remain relatively low, while housing-related costs, including energy, maintenance, and renovation, have risen substantially. In addition, a large share of the housing stock is relatively old and energy inefficient, which further increases the cost of living. On the supply side, the legacy of the past decade is still visible. Construction activity has only partially recovered from the sharp contraction during the economic crisis, and investment in residential property remains well below pre-crisis levels and the euro area average. At the same time, higher construction costs, regulatory complexity, and delays in permitting continue to constrain new supplies. Demand, however, remains strong. It is supported not only by domestic factors, such as the gradual increase of disposable income in recent years, improved economic expectations, and targeted government support schemes, but also, I would say, mostly by foreign investment, higher tourist flows in urban centers, and the perception of real estate as relatively safe assets. Importantly, a significant share of transactions is financed through household savings rather than bank credit, reinforcing the idea that housing demand is not highly sensitive to interest rates, as many buyers are using their own accumulated wealth to purchase properties rather than relying on mortgages. Government policies have increasingly aimed to address these challenges. Measures such as subsidized mortgage programs, rent support schemes, temporary tax incentives for renting out vacant properties, and incentives for innovation or utilization of vacant properties are steps in the right direction. There are also initiatives to increase social housing by leveraging public assets in partnerships with the private sector. However, these policies take time to bear fruit, and affordability pressures are likely to persist in the near term. At this point, it is important to recognize that housing affordability is not only a social and macroeconomic challenge, but also reflects much deeper structural features of European financial markets and household investment patterns. In the case of Greece, housing insecurity has increasingly emerged as a factor affecting long-term demographic trends. Limited access to affordable housing delays household formation, particularly among younger generations. Many young adults end up remaining in the parental home for longer than they would otherwise choose, while others postpone or reconsider decisions related to family formation altogether. This has broader macroeconomic implications. A shrinking and aging population reduces the size of the labor force, weighs on long-term growth potential, and increases pressure on public finances. In this sense, housing affordability interacts directly with demographic sustainability and economic resilience. Returning now to the broader question, what can central banks do in such an environment? Well, traditionally, central banks have not been directly responsible for managing housing affordability. Their primary mandate has been to maintain price stability while also contributing to financial stability and the resilience of the financial system. However, as housing increasingly impacts the broader economy, central banks can no longer afford to remain entirely passive. One key challenge is that when housing demand is driven by cash buyers and investment motives, conventional monetary policy becomes less effective. Raising interest rates may have only a limited impact on such demand, while potentially slowing down the broader economy. This raises important questions about policy transmission. If interest rate changes do not significantly influence housing demand, additional tools or complementary policies may need to be considered. From a financial stability perspective, macroprudential policy can play an important role. While its primary objective is to mitigate systemic risks and strengthen the resilience of the banking sector, the design of such measures may also support housing affordability in a socially balanced manner. In particular, borrower-based measures such as loan-to-value and debt service-to-income limits are intended to preserve prudent lending standards and prevent excessive household indebtedness. At the same time, however, their calibration can take broader social considerations into account. More accommodative conditions for first-time buyers may support access to home ownership, while stricter limits for second or investment properties may help contain speculative demand and buy-to-let activity. There is also scope for targeted flexibility. Carefully designed exemptions for specific categories, such as social housing schemes or energy efficiency renovations, can help align macroprudential policy with broader public policy objectives without undermining financial stability. In addition, capital-based measures, including the counter-cyclical capital buffer or sectoral systemic risk buffers, may help moderate housing-related credit cycles when property price increases are increasingly driven by leverage. By strengthening banking sector resilience and discouraging excessive risk-taking, such tools can contribute to a more sustainable evolution of housing markets over time. Beyond macroprudential policy, promoting the savings and investment union is of utmost importance. By deepening European capital markets and broadening alternative investment opportunities, Europe could gradually reduce the structural preference for real estate as a store of wealth, thereby alleviating persistent demand pressures in housing markets. Finally, enhanced transparency and stronger safeguards against the use of undeclared funds in real estate transactions can contribute to healthier market functioning and help limit non-fundamental demand pressures. At the same time, it must be emphasized that central banks cannot solve this problem alone. Housing affordability is fundamentally shaped by supply-side conditions, fiscal policy, and structural factors. Increasing housing supply, improving the efficiency of planning systems, and better utilizing existing housing stock are all essential components of the solution. Ultimately, the question of housing is not only about prices, markets, or policy instruments. It's about whether our economies provide a credible path forward for the next generation. If access to affordable housing becomes increasingly uncertain, the consequences extend far beyond the housing market. They affect productivity, social cohesion, and economic growth prospects. For this reason, the role of policymakers, including central banks, is not to solve the housing problem in isolation, but to ensure that their policies do not inadvertently reinforce these imbalances and, wherever feasible, contribute to a more balanced distribution of resources. Ultimately, a sustainable economy relies not just on stable prices, but on creating a sense of stability and opportunity for those who will shape its future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sternaras. So great deal of agreement so far. Could we hear from the private sector a bit more on how you look at these issues? Mr. Broadbent.
Thank you very much. Do I just press this button? Yeah. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel and at this conference. If I have any qualifications for being on the panel, other than having worked in a central bank for a long time, it's that I come from a country that, in a rather unhealthy way, has been obsessed about house prices. And before I went to the Bank of England, I was also in the private sector, and I would go around with a huge pack of slides about the European economies, maybe about less than 10% of which was about housing. But whenever I was in London, it would take up half the discussion, and people would ask me about, whether they should buy in Chiswick or Kensington or get what kind of mortgage they would get. And at that time, we'd been through a period I'm talking about the middle of the first decade of this millennium, so 2004-05, of enormous growth in house prices, which, as it happened, coincided also with a time of pretty low inflation, on average below target inflation, thanks in the main to big improvements in the UK's terms of trade, with China entering the world trading system. And I completely agree with the other panelists. There's very little that monetary policy can do about housing affordability. It's not simply that interest rates don't do that much directly. I would say that the simple way of viewing the determination, essentially, of purchase prices, you've got the flow cost of housing, which is supply-demand, and then the relevant discount rate, if you view the purchase price as some capitalized value of rents, is actually a long-term interest rate. And certainly empirically, that seems to work the best in the UK as an empirical model. Monetary policy can't do that much. And I'd go further. I think it would be pretty damaging if it were asked to do anything about housing affordability. We've got essentially one instrument. If you introduce another target, you're going to compromise the achievement of the first, particularly if you don't have much influence over it. You're going to have to, big compromises, big variability in inflation to have any real bearing, at least if there are any independent disturbances to the two, and there certainly are all the time. And that period is an illustration of that. Some people said, well, you should stop house prices rising so quickly by tightening monetary policy, and that would have pushed down inflation even further. More recently, people have said, well, maybe because QE affects long-term interest rates, maybe you have sort of a second instrument of policy. I'm not sure that either had much bearing on house prices. The fact is that during the whole period of QE, rental yields in the UK didn't fall at all. Government bond yields did, but rental yields did not. So I'd be pretty wary if I was still in the central bank, if anyone suggested that this should be added to our list of objectives, because I think it would threaten compromising our principal objective of inflation. And to be honest, the main thing, and I'll be very brief here, that central banks can do is to list all the things that government should be aware of. If they were asked by a government minister, you should do something about housing affordability. Frankly, the answer should be, well, you should do something about construction costs, about regulation, about, in the UK, for example, the huge tax on moving called stamp duty, which has significantly reduced mobility and labour mobility. And to remind governments that they may do things that have unintended consequences on the affordability of housing. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are good insights. Christian, what would be your take on this range of questions?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, also, happy to be here. It's a fantastic conference. Also, always a challenge. I think I spoke on panels on private credit, on the private non-bank lending. And so today it's housing affordability. And frankly, when I read the question, what can central banks do about housing affordability, my instinct was very little. And beyond that, they better stay out of it. And my thinking was, look, we had a panel on central bank independence earlier today. Now, the challenge for central banks at the moment is, on the one hand, fiscal dominance, that's clearly there. And then the other one is that we're moving in a world where we're no longer living that much with demand cycles, but more and more supply shocks. There's tariff wars, there's a pandemic, there's another war, oil typically gets involved, or gas. And so that's already put central banks in a very uncomfortable spot, because in this dilemma that you're dealing with a supply shock, which you cannot directly address with your monetary policy instruments, but you somehow think about the second round effects, and typically that's already a more difficult situation than a classic demand cycle. Now, when I conceptually think about housing, the first thing that comes to my mind that it is a supply issue. So why in the world would you put on yourself another another burden of dealing with a supply issue, which again, you cannot directly deal with. And I think, we all agree here. We all agree that obviously a central bank cannot and should not build houses or cannot do anything that really directly relates to this. But I think, we have to think political economy here. Once the perception is created that you have talk shows where people, ask central bank governors, why are they not doing anything about the house prices in London, etc. When that perception is created, you suddenly have another problem at your hands. And that was really the first thing that came to my mind. Now, so conceptually, I think about this in 3 ways. So one, which I think is the biggest issue really, is supply, which central banks has nothing to do with. But then there's clearly aspects, I think you all have mentioned, that is asset pricing. And then there's also the monetary transmission that is influenced by how house prices behave, and also who buys houses and whether it's credit finance, etc. Now, given that it's about monetary policy, I shouldn't talk too much about supply, but I think given that we all talk about affordability being a huge issue, just very quickly, in a way, what my perception is, and I'm not an expert, but what the issue is that the elasticity of supply in housing is almost zero in many areas. So in particular, when you talk about these high productive areas, be it Athens, be it London, all the centers where the density is high, typically it's very difficult to build. So you have if you increase demand by losing regulation or so, typically that goes into price, not in quantity. And, that we have to address through, land restrictions, the speed at which things can be planned, and also regulations about, how you want to build. And we have to really think about, is that by accident? So have we just gotten into this overregulated environment, or is that by design? Does it reflect actually preferences? Probably people, if you say London, if I take the last parks that are left and build on them, I could increase supply, but probably people don't want that. The same thing you mentioned, that all the housing, means that people have to, because of bad insulation, people have to pay more for heating. Well, that's why we have the regulation that new housing has to have all these insulations. Well, that costs money. That makes housing more expensive. So what I'm seeing here is, there may be some regulations which are clearly just superfluous, or the planning needs to be accelerated. But some of the stuff is probably, we have to think about whether, we are own enemies here. We want this actually, and it's a revealed preference. Then I would also say one thing about, the highest productivity areas. That is true, but there are also many other reasons. I mean, Mykonos, I think, is a housing affordability problem, but it's not because it's a very productive area, but because every Hollywood star wants to have a house in Mykonos by now. So, there's also a little bit of preference of wealthy people wanting to live in certain areas. So it's not, I don't think it's not only productivity driven. There's also, issues, as I said, they're on the side, and nothing to do with monetary policy, but very interesting. My colleagues at Barclays, and by the way, I'm not speaking here for Barclays, I should say this. They did some interesting research, together with a survey about right sizing. Fact is, a lot of people live in those centers in apartments that are way too big for them. Several rooms they don't use, etc., because they don't move, right? So, it suffices to say, very, very difficult issue. Migration plays a big role. Something, for example, you just said, Europe will peak in population and then, it's going down. I once talked to someone in Berlin and asked, how could Germany misplan this so much of letting infrastructure decay, etc. And I mean, there was a lot of wrong fiscal policy, but part of it was that in the beginning of the 2000s, they thought Germany by now had a population of 78 million or so. What is it? 84. Because they just did which is easy demographics, fertility rates, and then you can extrapolate. But, there was migration. And we see in the US right now, I don't know whether Governor Waller is here, but, in the US, we clearly saw that what was good for the labor market over several years, during the pandemic, millions of migrants that fed the US labor supply, was an issue on housing, because now that is being suppressed, we suddenly see a lot of easing on rental inflation. So, there are choices, and I think all of this is important, and but it's outside the realm of monetary policy. Now, there are 2 other issues. I said, it's asset pricing and monetary transmission. Let me quickly say a few things about this. Obviously, central banks are not neutral here. My impression is that QE, the way it was done beyond just dealing with acute, market stress or market dysfunction, when it was done really to explicitly bring down term premium, lowering long-end yields, I have to think that has an impact on real asset prices. I mean, during that time, there was a run on housing, on vintage cars, Rolex watches. Somehow, if you artificially press the discount factor, the 10-year yield or whatever, I think that has an impact. I would think that going forward, whenever central banks consider QE for that purpose, they got to think strongly about the implications it has for non-productive assets and the distributional consequences. Macroprudential regulation, I mean, that was tightened everywhere after the global financial crisis for good reasons. There's now a lot of talk, in particular in the UK. I think the previous prime ministers always said it had gone too far, we need to change it. Again, I read a little story, a little research here by the Resolution Foundation. They looked into this. Apparently, the biggest issue for first-time home buyers in the UK is now coming up with a deposit. And so that is a problem. And some people have access to, not to Barclays, but they're going to the BOMA, Bank of Mom and Dad. That is, they have inheritance and they get their deposit from them. There's now thoughts about whether one could replace this by very targeted help to first-time buyers to give them, some subsidy for the deposit that they need to put down. It's not the income typically to serve the interest rate. It's really the first-time deposit. We can go into this, but all kinds of ramification around that one and potential, kind of a misuse, etc. But I think this is for the part of the asset pricing. And then last, monetary transmission. I think central banks have to be very cognizant about this, because obviously it affects monetary policy. I mean, the way I think about it, if there's more people buying cash, that means more of your monetary policy goes through the portfolio subsidy channel, rather than through the mortgage credit channel. And that is a fact. It's a bigger societal question, frankly. I mean, maybe in a world now where the share of income is probably shifting more towards capital away from labor, we're going to have a lot of bequest, a lot of inheritance. Maybe we need to redesign tax systems away from taxing labor more towards taxing capital and taxing inheritance also. And maybe there's a lot of resistance against inheritance tax, death tax. But if one does it in a way that one reduces some other taxes on income, maybe then there's a little greater willingness than one suggests to introduce it or increase it just for the sake of getting additional revenue. There's foreign buyers. That's a huge issue, right? So they often buy in cash. In London, I think most of the houses bought by cash are by foreign buyers. Yeah, you can do something about it if you want to, including maybe checking where the money is coming from, etc. This is all being discussed, but it's not for central banks. And last but not least, when I look at the market of housing, it's extremely heterogeneous. Extremely heterogeneous. If you think the typical characteristics, housing ownership. My own country, I wrote it down here. I think Germany has like 50% or so ownership. Romania and this entire region has 90% or so. So in a way, you would have to then, design it maybe even in different ways. Housing as a share of total wealth has a lot to do with what alternatives people have. If you go to Sofia, Bulgaria, it's not like, there are no Middle Eastern wealthy people who want to buy an apartment in Sofia. It's all Bulgarians who buy, if they have a little bit of saving, they buy one apartment in Sofia because they don't believe in the stock market. I lived in Turkey, it was the same thing. You buy a piece of concrete because that's what you believe in. So, we have to develop financial markets, give people that opportunity to save in more productive ways. And, there are also different mortgage systems, For example, if you have a flexible mortgage rates, as you have in the Baltics, I think often, it's a much quicker transmission than when you have a 10-year, or in the US, even 30-year mortgages. So that makes the market very complicated. And I think, if I summarize, central banks can do very little about it. They should be very wary, I think, to be getting drawn into it. They probably should consider when deploying QE the next time about the distributional consequences it has, and as I said, impact on non-productive assets. And financial regulation, can do something on the margin, but I think it's marginal. And let's address affordability, but let's not be seen that central banks are at the center of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. So we have really continued convergence of views. Radovan, could you please let us know what's on your mind when you think about affordability issues?
Thank you very much once for inviting me, and would like to congratulate to Boris and want to remind him that he can maybe a little bit represent us as well, meaning Hungary, Serbia, and many other countries from the region when he's going to sit in Frankfurt and not forget about us. Maybe I will actually a little bit contradict to Christian, and maybe just come up with a couple of very concrete examples that actually did take place in Hungary. Of course, this is not what will change the world, but I think it's a very, very good a way of fine-tuning what central banks can do. Financial stability is not sustainable. Social stability, we all know that. I put together here in a couple of neighboring countries how many months of salaries you need in order to buy a home in certain countries. But I guess this is the same challenge basically all over, and also which percentage of the salary to be spent in order to pay, so to say, a rent. There is one thing that's definitely happened in Hungary. We had a hyperactive government and a hyperactive central bank coming up with a lot of measures in order to help basically everybody with almost any problems they had. And I think we do have to try not to throw out the child with the bathwater, because at the end there are a couple of good things that has happened as well. But before I go to that one, unfortunately, I just want to warn everybody, if governments and also central banks work exclusively on the demand side, then this is basically what will happen. So thanks to all of these great programs, basically the real estate prices exploded in Hungary during the last 15 years. There was more and more and more and more and even more demand. And if you are not financing, so to say, the construction of new dwellings, that's the way how we have learned that in economics 101 then. Yeah? What were the unwanted effects? Definitely, they were not made concrete differences between, so to say, who makes 1,000 euros a month, 5,000 and 10,000 euros. Lot of housing speculations. And of course, if you're very, very generous, at the end, you find out paying a lot of money for the different subsidies. Now, let me go to very, very concrete things. But actually, even banks we were actually very skeptic. And it was, lower the LTVs for first home buyers. First, it was only for people who are younger than 41. Only they, if the mom in the bank of mom and dad doesn't provide you even enough deposit. Basically, it was lower from 20 to 10%. It's very interesting. For a couple of years, it was only for people below 41. Then they lifted it up. And I can tell you from own experience, it works. Yeah. So again, this was one of the things that central banks told, we don't know what will happen. A lot of commercial banks actually were thinking 3 times, should we do that immediately? But after a couple of years, we did realize that actually, especially among younger people, it does help a lot then. Second thing, which was very, very helpful to the commercial banks, we always have this issue. People come, variable interest is usually, majority of the time, lower than the fixed interest rate. Basically, the central bank helped us a lot by increasing substantially the debt-to-income ratio for fixed rate compared to the variable rate. So in practice, this meant the client came, of course, all of them want to go for a lower variable rate. But then when we told them, but listen, at this rate, you can go only up to 30% of your income. If you get a fixed one, you can go up to 50, 55. It was much easier to spin them over to go to the fixed one. And of course, once the inflation came, especially in 22 and 23, it, so to say, also helped, so to say, financial stability. one more thing which was very interesting, and of course it can be discussed, to which extent central bank should do that. It is the central bank, in order to develop the mortgage bond market, they decided to buy up to 50% of the mortgage bonds that were issued by commercial banks at the price which was approximately 40 to 50 basis points before the market level. So actually it was even lower than, so to say, the yield of the government bonds then. On one hand, it definitely made us much more interested in order to provide that loans. On the other hand, it also contributed to the development of the secondary market. And a similar thing actually also happened with the issue of the houses that were built up, so to say, so they fulfill, so to say, the green mortgage bonds requirements, meaning substantially lower consumption. There was one, which is actually not a central bank issue, but one thing that's happened actually before the recent elections. A lot of smart politicians thinking, how they can even increase even more people buying real estate. The government decided, let's for 1 year allow people to use their third pillar private voluntary pension fund in order to buy real estate. Yeah? Of course, all the fund managers were very upset about that one, but at the end, a very limited number used that. But what was also very interesting, that actually right now they go back to the government and they say, actually, this is maybe a good way because there is tax benefits in order to put it into the third pillar. And actually, the person who buys an apartment and he doesn't have, probably he doesn't need to pay the rental income once he's retiring. So I think it was also a very, very interesting experience that we have seen. And last but not least, I think it's also important to mention that you should not work only on the demand side. You should also work on the supply side, meaning there were some, not central bank, but government programs in order to provide some cheaper financing to real estate developers. Of course, capping the prices to make sure that they are also providing cheaper real estate in order for the banks to provide as loans. What we did not try out is definitely a risk-weighted asset discount for certain groups. Again, no complete experience about this one. You can go to that fine-tuning as well, but I just want to come up with some concrete examples, what was done, what could be done. And yes, you can say, Christian, and probably also Yanis, that this is not the mandate of the central bank, but you've seen so many other things for central banks who have told you in the last 20, 30 years, this is not our job, somebody else should do that. And at the end, it ended up, so to say, at our court. And usually, if there is a will, there is a way as well. What can be done then? Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Very good. So some ideas, things can be done from the central bank side. You didn't tell us what were the costs of all of these actions. Are there any issues that panelists would like? Any reactions to each other's remarks? Otherwise, we can go to the floor. Yeah, please.
Just one question, what I thought was very interesting on the slide there, central bank buying mortgage bonds. Yeah. In other countries, would that be acceptable? I think that is a question also to the audience that I would like to know. Or is that because it was Hungary, where you said it well, you had a very active government and you had a very active central bank. So I'm not so sure about that. So I think that is an important one. But I liked it very much because we heard from different perspectives, from different country perspectives, and I think it converged a little bit. And I think there, one final thing I want to add, and I think that's also very important to know, that in December last year, the European Commission actually issued a very first time first first affordable housing plan. And I think that is also a very interesting development, because this is a purely local national issue, but that shows that, yeah, there are broader and wider economic implications. And that the challenge actually requires coordination, exchanging best practices, what works well, what doesn't work well. And I think that also the IMF with its work can really add value. So let me stop here and looking forward to the questions from the audience.
Okay, if there are no more reactions from the panel, let's turn to questions.
Yeah. Well, a provocative question. What if it is not a supply problem, but an excess demand problem, which is a result of the asset bubble that all central banks, even the Bank of England recently, the deputy governor came with a statement that, careful, there is an asset bubble, it talks about. Now, in support of this question, the world population is going to start declining in 30 years. This is the estimate of Professor Fernandez Villaverde. The UN is 20 years. So that means that the number of housing units per capita is going to increase. So housing is going to become relatively less scarce and dropping in scarcity. In the year 2007, the US housing starts reached 2.1 million units. In Spain, my country, it peaked at 700,000. Corrected by population, the bubble and the overconstruction was 3 times bigger than in the United States. It brought down all the savings banks of the country, and we know that. So my point is, there was a housing affordability issue in the 90s and the early 2000s, and it was tackled with the subprime mortgages that were securitized, sold everywhere. And then we have a huge financial crisis that took the prices to the level they should be on trend, or perhaps with a little bit of undershooting, but made affordability worse. So my question to you, is this not a transitory excess demand problem? Recognizing the issues of the constraints in the inelasticity of the supply rather than a supply issue?
I don't think it is, no. I mean, I'll come back to a point I made earlier. A bubble in an asset is characterized usually by, falling yields, sustained by people believing that the capital gain will go on. That's not what happened in the UK, certainly. And it may seem perverse, and maybe one would have expected all sorts of asset prices to go up relative to their earnings during QE, but it didn't. I mean, basically the ratio of house prices to incomes at the end of QE, say in 2020, was exactly the same as it had been in 2009. The real decline in yields was before the financial crisis. So there's no evidence to me that QE fed some bubble in house prices, certainly not in the UK. It's just not true. The strong period was sort of 95 to 2005. And as it happens, the financial crisis, or the huge problem, the banking crisis in the UK in 2008-9 was nothing to do with domestic mortgage debt. I mean, the vast majority of losses for British banks were on overseas assets, and US mortgages in particular. So the losses on US mortgages for British banks were about 15 times what they lost on domestic mortgages. So I don't think there's, the real issue is supply and demand. The real issue is that, all cost of housing, whether purchase prices or rents went up over that period, and it's, you know, the population rose 20% and the housing stock didn't. And these supply and demand are pretty inelastic, particularly in the crowded southern half of the UK. So you increase the population by 20%, you're going to have a much bigger than 20% increase in cost of housing, whether rented or purchased. So I don't think that there was any evidence of a bubble, whether fueled by QE or not. I think it was pretty directly, in the UK at least, supply and demand.
We could. I wouldn't challenge you on the UK. I think what's interesting is how different markets behaved. I mean, for example, the German market, you can clearly see that nothing happened in the German housing market when everything was booming before the global financial crisis, and the German market took off when suddenly you could get a 10-year fixed mortgage at 0.5% or so. So, so it is very interesting that actually it doesn't happen all synchronous. And quickly on this transitory excess, whether it's an excess demand that is transitory, I don't know how long transitory is in your view. I mean, but I would say again, one thing is also, people also, over time, they actually ask for bigger houses. A lot of these things are not fixed. As I said, the study, our Barclays policy group, that people now sit often in places with several extra bedrooms, and when you ask them, do you feel you have too many bedrooms? No, the one is my gym, the other one is so. When you ask about excess demand, it depends how you define it. Is it one unit, or is it people actually wanting to live in much bigger places now than before when they get wealthier?
Well, with the formation of the euro, as we know, there was some kind of imbalances, but now the situation is completely different. Yeah, okay. In that case, you could say that there were transfer of capital from one country to another, not in the traded goods sectors, but in the non-traded goods sectors, including housing. So in that case, you can say that there was some kind of bubble in certain countries, but definitely not today, definitely not through QE. I don't think that QE created a bubble in housing. Now, whether this excess demand overall, it's very difficult to say. Definitely in countries like Greece, Croatia, that are with tourist flows, etc. In Greece, the demand for housing does come from the domestic population, does not come from credit. It's only now, the last month, that after many years, net credit expansion for mortgages was made positive in Greece. So the demand comes from abroad, from Americans, from Saudis, from Turks, from everybody. So they bid prices up. Everybody wants to buy a house in Mykonos. I cannot afford to buy a house in Mykonos. So that crowds out the domestic population. So it's very difficult to say. It's definitely excess demand in Greece, definitely, but not throughout the planet. Nobody can say whether there is an excess demand for housing on planet Earth. In Greece now, as there was in the diagrams, the number of dwellings per head is very high. So why do we have a problem? Because they're closed. They're closed because of the crisis. People don't have enough money to renovate, to satisfy regulation, energy regulation. So some people don't want to, because they're afraid of taxation. I'm telling the government is not enough to have, it's good to have both a stick and a carrot policy. Now, I'm afraid we only have carrot, that is incentives to open them, but not penalties. Why do you keep your house shut, closed? I think we need to exchange information. Countries that have this problem, to see exactly, definitely it is not a central bank problem. Macro-pru is, I think, the right kind of policy here. As I said, we can calibrate macroprudential policy, especially borrowed-based measures, to help the vulnerable, definitely here. But not overall, definitely. I mean, will not say that we need to adjust monetary policy only for the housing market. But we need a combination of policies, macro-proof from central banks, and then supply side, everything. Another side of the coin that we tend to forget. In Europe, home ownership is close to 70%. In Greece, it used to be very high, 85, but after the crisis, it fell also to the European average. Now, with this increase in prices, household wealth for those that have houses has gone up. Very few governments will dare to tax the excess value, I'm afraid, in order to subsidize the poor. I mean, that in terms of Pigovian taxes, that would be perhaps a solution. But it's very difficult. I mean, in practice, it's extremely difficult to do that. Oops.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on you, what you said there on 30 years from now. I like these kind of questions because that is, how will the world look like 30 years from now? Nobody knows. But I think immediately about climate change. What is the effect of climate change? Water access. That is going to change that certain territory might probably not be able or livable anymore. Also, if you have tropical storms that destroy every 5 years your housing stock, you will have a change in the dynamic in the market. That is one. And then not only climate change, but if you start to think a little bit, I think also about all the conflicts that there are in the world right now. We live in a very geopolitical difficult situation. You have to hope not, that it's going not to affect so much the land use. But that's what I see also in my countries, especially in Ukraine. Ukraine is in our constituency. The territory that is now occupied, it's basically useless for the next 100 years because the land is as toxic as possible. So if we would have moved to a situation, let's hope not, of course, but to more wars, more conflicts, and so on. So all this could impact how much territory you have combined with climate change and so on. So I think it's something to brainstorm on, but you need to take everything into account.
So we had one question over there, and then we will turn to the front.
Yeah, it occurs to me that in answer to the what can central banks do, there is one instrument that I didn't really hear discussed. A little over a month ago, Fed Vice Chairwoman Bowman gave a speech to the American Bankers Association that addressed that issue and called for a serious reexamination of the structure of capital requirements on mortgages. And I remember seeing a research paper from a couple of years ago using UK data that a 1% reduction in the capital requirement on a mortgage led to about a 15 basis point reduction in the mortgage rate. So would you care to talk a little bit about whether central banks in their regulatory role have room to relax capital requirements and lower mortgage rates?
I mean, that may well be true, but my guess is in the UK that would just push up the price of housing. Right? I mean, for someone who's an existing owner, it would be good, but what you're basically doing would be to transfer money from people who already, towards people who already own houses and away from those who don't. The stock is essentially fixed over short periods of time. So I think it would actually worsen affordability problems for young people hoping to get on the housing ladder. So I fundamentally think it would be from all sorts of points of view to ask central banks to think about this question. And you have to think about things, as economists say, in sort of general equilibrium before thinking what it would do. So it would just be yet another transfer, of which we've had many in my country, certainly from young to old.
Yes. Here we had the question, Ms. Ray.
So I think it was related actually to the last intervention of Yanis as well. So we are talking about housing affordability, but there is also potentially a quite an important link with financial stability. And so in the financial policy committees or macroprudential policy committees, which are often kind of close to central banks, sometimes hosted even within the same institution, I think it's worth thinking about in a disaggregated way when we have a kind of bubble phenomenon taking hold. We usually have a lot of second houses, third houses being bought, buy to let, kind of getting a bit crazy. And these are movements that both kind of beat up the price of housing and at the same time threaten financial stability. And so there is very kind of double, element that can be tackled by very targeted macroprudential tools for financial stability purposes, because these are, as we know, very important. The leverage element, the dynamics also of recovery after a crisis, depending on the indebtedness of various players, it's very much determined by the degree of leverage and how much exposure there is to the housing market. So in the, for financial stability purposes, I think there can be an aggregate effect also on the price dynamics. And so I'm not saying that, central banks should target housing affordability, but I think as a side product of financial stability, that may be actually material. And I think we don't know enough about this aggregation and the price dynamics across using very micro data. Some central banks do have, and some macroprudential authority do have a lot of disaggregated data on this, others don't. And I think that's why some very targeted tools are used in some jurisdictions and in other not. And I think that's very important.
Just to add to what Helen said, I agree with what she said. We could have a macro proof tailored to this kind of problems, but we might also think about taxes, because if you, for example, in Croatia, we have lots of uninhabited housing units, which people bought just to accumulate, to put savings into basically something of a speculative nature. So the taxes are very low, capital gain is high in the real estate market, and it just builds over time a bubble where people put more money because the capital gains are they go up until they don't, and then it's going to come down. And if you have no taxes, if you have very low taxes on the real estate, you're basically encouraging that type of the behavior. So we have to think to have a kind of a level playing field also of taxes on any other types of investments and the real estate. Of course, the taxes are very different in different countries, but in mine, for example, it's a problem. And why you have to address it with the taxing policy? Because majority of the house purchases are non-leveraged. So they're not, people don't go through the banks. They just come, they pay, they buy. So macro-proof doesn't work there. It has to be tax policy.
Yeah, Mr. Valère.
Thank you. I found the presentation by Radovan on the sort of unorthodox policies of the Central Bank of Hungary very, very interesting. But even though Hungary is not part of the euro, because it's part of the Maastricht Treaty, the European Central Bank probably had to pass judgment on many of these, either through legal opinions or through the annual monetary financing report, which is not public. But I'd be curious if Yanis or others can tell us whether there has been some discussions internally on how the ECB appraises these sorts of policies undertaken by the Central Bank of Hungary. And I would imagine the IMF also, by way of its Article 4, has probably passed judgment on that as well. So I'd be curious to see what other institutions think of what has happened in Hungary.
If we can take, there was one more question here, and then we will have to stop. Otherwise, we will not have a coffee break.
Now, this is a fascinating discussion, and it seems like it's very clear that there is very little the central bank can do. And when central bank try to do something, you talk about financial stability, I think about exactly the downside of it. I mean, I remember a time when we used to go to meetings at the Fed in 2005 and had Fed staff defending the way, markets are going to, take care of what was happening in the housing market there through the supervision of loan origination. I guess central banks can do something by just keeping stability in the market, not having bubbles. And That could be something. But given that we are I think there's kind of a consensus, there's very little that the central bank can do. The question is clearly, is a structural issue. I mean, there was a point about temporary demand, but it's clearly the housing price is a structural issue. You're talking about London. I mean, if you go through San Francisco, there's no question the housing prices there are high structurally because of regulations. The regulations are massive. You cannot build above a particular height, and you cannot have too much space if you build a building. There is also depth. And I would say that in some sense, the answer is easy to give, but very hard to implement. Is almost all about regulation. Almost all the markets that you can think of, that there's a dearth of housing, is because there's even rich people like us, like our city, very nice with low houses, or gentrification of some areas. So the question is really, how do you see the role of regulation? All your variables, Dubravko, that you showed can just be explained by regulations in particular countries and regions.
Yeah, there is some discussion in the literature. Some are saying it's all about regulations. Some are saying, no, it's all about demand. But I would agree that a lot of it is about regulation. If we can have
maybe just very shortly, just one thing what Yanis and also Boris mentioned. I'm convinced that with one measure we can solve the entire housing problem in the European Union, especially, and this is just tax empty apartments. The number of empty apartments is just amazing. We just moved, kids left us, downtown Budapest. I mean, you just go there, look up in the evening, if in 1/3 there is a light, probably 15-20% are offices, the rest is all empty. And everybody is just waiting for the real estate prices to go up and up and up and up. So again, just tax, I'm emphasizing empty, not where people live, not which is rented, which is owned, but just tax empty apartment. That can make miracles.
But just to add, but the interesting...
Germany too.
Yeah, in Germany too, in Berlin, everyone talks about it. I'm not even sure it's just about speculation for prices to go up. It's also because they use it, they rent them out for tourism, etc. Right? And I mean, but one comment to Helen, I think for financial stability, we solved this issue. That was solved after the global financial crisis. And now the question is, have we solved this so much that there's an issue, right? Because, American households now are, they're no longer as indebted as they were before. So exactly, I clearly agree. Well, the pendulum swings now the other day, now in the other way. And then, 10 years later, 5 years later, we go, so I agree with you. But the fact is, that's why I think one shouldn't deregulate. And there was a question about 30-year mortgages in the US. 30-year mortgages are priced off 30-year rates in the US. And 30-year rates in the US are not only high because of regulation, that's the mortgage part, but 30-year treasuries are high because of term premium, inflation expectation, etc. So in a way, there we're back to central banks. The best thing central banks can do is, have stable inflation expectations, low inflation risk premia, and then hopefully the government may do something about fiscal sustainability that takes a little bit of fiscal risk premia away, and then you have a lower long-term yield and your mortgage rate gets lower. It's a bit simplistic, but I think that's still the crux of the issue. And about the rest is, it's not financial stability. These people often buy with cash, so they're not leveraged. That was global financial crisis. People who have low income jobs having 3 apartments and waiting for them to flip them after 2 months. But that's, I don't think, is the reality now.
A few things. First of all, I watched very carefully what Hungary's central bank is doing. I don't think we can do it in the ECB or in the national central banks. It's very off. By construction, I think we cannot do it. But even that, somebody could say, what do you do? The state could have done it. It's a question of seniors. You make some expenditure, so you pay less dividend to the government. So it's a question of who is doing that. So it's a fiscal, if I can say, it's a fiscal activity more or less. It's not a monetary activity. Now, on financial stability, as Helen, as you know, macroprudential and other useful instruments have been devised during the crisis. That's why I call Greece the midwife of history, to use Karl Marx's term here. It's because of Greece's crisis that we now have all these useful instruments. Of course, we cannot use them for micro purposes. This is for aggregate financial stability issues, I think. Unless we can calibrate, as I said, I gave the example of the borrowed-based measures. We can calibrate the borrowed-based measures for the vulnerable, for the poor, to address demographic issues, for instance, but not in general. We cannot use this kind of instruments only when there is, these are used when there is, as you know, a problem of a potential bubble, along with other metrics, current account, nominal GDP as a percent of, credit expansion as a percent of GDP growth. So we make an assessment of all this. But yes, we can have some calibration of macro-pro measures here.
Last word, Mr. Click.
Yes, very, very brief. Just to confirm, in fact, that in our Article 4 reports on Hungary, you will read very critical lines from the IMF on the interventions in the housing and in the credit markets. So, and that makes a little bit of publicity for our surveillance products. So continue to read our Article 4 reports. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have a coffee break.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you please sit down? We are going to start and finish with the last panel of the day. We have to be punctual because some of you really have begged me that there is enough time for a swim before the bus, so I will honor that, and also because Tobias has a flight to catch. So without further ado, I wanted to introduce this panel on mostly revolving around the question of private credit, which has been talked about a lot over the last year. For some, private credit is the next subprime, and maybe the vehicle by which the next financial crisis will come. For others, it's been a very useful way of disseminating and distributing risks, but also a key engine of financing the AI capex boom in the US. So we'll have a lively discussion, but before we do that, I want to give the floor to Tobias Adrian, the financial counselor of the IMF, who will give us an introductory presentation, and then we'll have a discussion with the panel. Tobias, the floor is yours.
All right. So let me also thank the Bank of Croatia and Boris in particular for having me at this panel. So I'm going to do a little bit of a deep dive into private credit, and hopefully that's going to be a good backdrop for the discussion. Much of what I'm going to talk about is from the Global Financial Stability Report, which we put out twice a year, and we have been reporting on private credit over the past 2.5 or so years. You know, some of the material is sort of like background for the GFSR, but it's really GFSR based. What I'm doing are 3 segments. First, you know, what is private credit and what are sort of like the variants of private credit? Secondly, I'm going to go deeper into direct lending, which is the most important segment of private credit that has been in the news. And then thirdly, I'm going to go into interconnectivity with the financial sector. Each chart is, or each slide is somewhat intricate. And so I'm going to give you some high-level messages in terms of what are the economic frictions and what are the policy issues. So let me start first by thinking a little bit about magnitudes. So when we look on insurance companies in particular, this has been one focus, and I'm going to talk a lot about banks as well at the end. So I'm going to start here with insurance companies. So when you look at a broad definition of private credit, okay, so that includes commercial real estate, private placements, residential mortgages, infrastructure, money market lending, and asset-based finance. You know, in the US and Canada, about 35% of insurance company assets are in private credit using this broad definition. In the UK, it's about 25%, Europe, Asia Pacific, a little bit less. And, you know, there are sort of like many variants of private credit. There are middle market collateralized loan obligations, commercial real estate collateralized loan obligations, fund financing through feeders, collateral fund obligations, etc. It gets, you know, sort of like very intricate very, very quickly. So I'm going to try to sort through these issues a little bit. You know, one of the notable developments is shown on the right chart, which is that, you know, we all know the big 3 rating agencies, but the share of those big 3 in credit ratings is collapsing, right? So you can see, so like the total ratings by the big 3 is about 1,000 in the US. We have this number only for the US, unfortunately. We don't have this globally. You know, the vast majority of ratings are what are called private letter ratings. And we don't have full visibility into so like, you know, the rating quality relative to the big 3. You know, some research, you know, analysts are suggesting that there could be some inflation and that could be up to 3 to 5 notches. So it could be somewhat significant. So what are the economic frictions here? The first economic friction is so like, do insurance companies understand what they are holding on their balance sheet? And then the policy issue is, do supervisors that are supervising those insurance companies understand what the insurance companies hold and what the risk is? So there is a concern about opacity, though I would know that the industry is moving, very quickly towards resolving this opacity challenge. So this is challenge number one. Let me turn next to asset-based finance. So asset-based finance has been in the news recently. So there have been high-profile default cases. You all heard and read about Tricolor and First Brand. And so here again, so asset-based finance are basically special purpose vehicles that are collecting credit securities. And when you look on the left chart here, this is growing very quickly. So for 27, 28, 29, these are estimates of the top 5 private credit asset managers. So the expectation is that this goes from 300 to 900 billion in between 23 and 29. So it's very, very active. When you talk to market participants, they're actively wanting to get into this. Now, the vast majority of this asset-based finance is actually underwritten by banks, so more than half, in particular in the specialty finance market. So this is only the very high-yielding segment of asset-based finance is the specialty finance. Banks are very predominant, but the non-banks, so the private credit asset managers, do want to get into this. The economic frictions here, again, opacity, some sort of lack of understanding of borrower risk. But at the same time, we don't think that these failures of Tricolor and First Brand is representative for the broader universe, right? Because there was fraud involved, there was a lack of due diligence. We don't think that this is representative more broadly, but these are certainly risks to look at. Turning next to direct lending. Okay, so this is the high yield debt of investment fund private credit. So this is really the heart of the current policy debate. And the magnitude is about $2 trillion globally. So this is roughly the size of the US high yield corporate bond market, right? So high yield corporate bond market, about 2 trillion, direct lending, about 2 trillion. Now note that there's a very quick growth. There is some sort of leveling off in the past couple of years. And what is very important is that the dry powder is very large. So when you think about this market, it is funding mid-sized companies that are risky, so it's high yield. But there's quite a bit of dry powder in the private credit companies. So that's a kind of like a buffer. It's similar to a capital buffer or so. And that is some protection against any potential losses. Now, when you look at the breakdown of private credit, so these are investment funds, private credit. So this is basically, these are investment funds that are sold to, high net worth individuals. The vast majority there, about 50% or so, is this direct lending segment. What are the frictions here? So I think our main challenge from the policy point of view is understanding the underwriting standards. When we talk to industry participants that are in the space, they say they understand very well what's going on. But as a policymaker, it's a little bit harder to understand what is going on here with the underwriting standards. So I'm not. I will get to more of that later on in the presentation. So let me dig deeper into some of the frictions and financial stability issues in direct lending. So again, what has been in the news, what you have certainly read about, is the exposure of those direct lending private credit funds to software. So a number of the major private credit funds have had, quite targeted exposures to software, which seemed like a good idea a couple of years ago, but of course AI has changed that. So there's a repricing of future cash flow expectations in the software industry. Also, when you look at multiples, prior to the sell-off earlier this year, these multiples were pretty stretched for many of the public companies. So that's a repricing. It's basically a shock to future expected earnings. And, capital markets are there to provide an insurance mechanism. So the repricing of this debt seems like exactly what capital markets should be doing. Now, of course, there is an issue in terms of the maturity wall coming in the future. This is shown on the right side. So basically, you can see that there is sort of like quite a bit of exposure to AI disruption that is still coming to roll over. And, that's a concern. And that is also somewhat concentrated in the more high yielding or lower rated spectrum. So what is the economic friction here? It's a repricing basically. There is rollover risk, so there is a maturity risk. But again, I think fundamentally, it's a repricing relative to expectations that have shifted. It seems like that is what should have happened. Now, turning to overall credit quality. So, what are the kind of default rates? And there are two ways to look at that. One question is, what are the actual defaults, as in bankruptcy? So this is the purple line on the left chart. And you can see that this is hovering in the range between 1 and 1.5%. There's a little bit of a recent uptick, but most recently it's actually going down a little bit as interest rate expectations have come down. There's also quite a bit of selected defaults. So many of those are sort of like payment in kind. So these are kind of like restructurings that are ongoing as part of this private credit deal. So it's kind of like arm's length credit. And you can see that that is very similar in terms of magnitude to the high yield credit market. So, when we're looking at these numbers, we think it's similar to high yield corporate bonds. It's also similar in magnitudes to what you see in a loan book. So it's not necessarily, so it's certainly something to watch very closely. But, the overall magnitudes are somewhat similar to other asset classes. In the GFSR, we are reporting on a kind of, stress test of those default rates. And of course, if you go into a borrower stress scenario, similar to, a sharp slowdown of aggregate economic activity, of course, you do see multiples going up. So stressed earnings are going down, stressed default rates are going up roughly 2 to 2.5 times in a reasonably stressed scenario. Again, very comparable to what would be happening in the banking loan book or a high yield loan book. So there are risks we need to monitor, but it seems somewhat proportionate to other asset classes. Now, a particular concern has been around liquidity pressures. So you can see on the left chart that you have these semi-liquid funds, and those have gone from about 10% to about 20% of total outstanding private credit, right? So about 20% are semi-liquid. So, you're not fully locked in, right? So say you're a private net worth individual, you're allocating part of your savings in private credit, or it's your pension. Your pension might be invested in private credit. Your insurance company may be invested in private credit. So some of those are semi-liquid. And the middle chart shows you that basically those redemptions are kicking in whenever there's concern about credit quality. Back in late 2022, early 2023, there was quite a bit of likelihood of a recession that was talked about by analysts. And you can see that a lot more redemptions came in. And most recently with this software repricing, the redemptions have gone up. Now, having said that, those funds have sort of like a 5% redemption limit, right? So they're constructed to limit the amount of maturity transformation and liquidity transformation. So the economic friction here is, of course, these are very long-term investments. Part of them are redeemable, but they are typically locked in. So many funds have hit the 5% lock-in rate. If there were, more redemptions, the funds would lock in. And then I told you there's this dry powder. And so the number of quarters it would take under a stress scenario for them to run out of the dry powder is something between 5 and 8 or 9 quarters, right? I mean, so it's a fairly long time. So you would have to see, of course, they can run out of cash, but, it's something like 3 years or so down the line. So it's not something that is extremely immediate, and you would have to be under stress for a couple of years. So again, the economic friction, is liquidity transformation. And of course, you want to have lock-ins to solve that. Now, perhaps the biggest concern from a financial stability point of view is the interconnectivity with the rest of the financial system. I already talked about the insurance companies, and I'm going to go a little bit deeper in some other interconnectivity issues. So the first way that interconnectivity is increasing is that the US is by far the largest home for private credit funds. And, the median fund is investing about 10% around the world, right? Perhaps in Croatia or so. Some funds are investing something like 25% of their funding around the world. And in reverse, say pension funds or insurance companies, here I'm showing this for pension funds from around the world. We are here showing, for example, Australian pension funds, Scandinavian pension funds. They are investing in private credit funds all over the world, US, UK, Hong Kong, and domestic. And the US pension funds are not only investing in US private credit, but also in private credit in Canada, the UK, and Hong Kong. So this is interconnectivity across the globe. The next level of interconnectivity here, I cannot unfortunately sort out what is private credit relative to other NBFI exposure. So what I'm showing you here is so like the total exposure of banks to non-bank financial institutions. And we can do this neatly for the US and for Europe. So the left chart shows you that basically over the past 20 years, the bank CET1 exposure to non-banks went from something like 2% to over 20%. So that's like a 10x, relative to CET1, right? So clearly, non-banks are more important, and banks are the intermediaries for non-banks. And the policy issue here is clearly for bank supervisors to understand what these exposures are and think about stresses. And I'm going to say a little bit more about that in a moment. Now, when you look at the cross-section of banks, and this is done for both the US and the Euro area, you can see that there's sort of like a tail of banks that have exposure to non-banks that is well above 100% of their CET1 ratio, right? So it goes up to 400, 500, 600%. And that's true both in Europe and the US. So, there's certainly a tail where, as a bank supervisor, you really want to make sure that you understand this exposure. And of course, the banks, as some of the recent failures illustrate, the banks also may have difficulty understanding some of the exposure that they are taking on.
This could be sec lending, prime brokerage, it could be...
This is, yeah, exactly. So this is everything. So the main clients of banks besides the private funds. So there's, private credit, private equity, and the hedge funds, of course. And then there are other buy-side institutions. But in terms of leverage, what we worry about is private credit and so like trading. And yes, so sec lending, repo would be part of that. And that's quantitatively larger. We can't break it down. If we had access to supervisory data, we could do more. But I will show you a little bit more. So again, for the US, we can break out how much goes to private equity funds versus consumer versus business versus mortgages in terms of undrawn commitments, right? And you do see that, some of the banks, do have fairly sizable exposures to private equity and other funds. The revolving debt is fairly large. The typical business development corporation, so these are public firms where we have better data that are doing private credit origination, and then they're managing the private credit portfolio. New deals typically have like 30% leverage, so 1/3 above the initial lending through either drawn or undrawn commitments. And you can see that the commitments are going up in terms of commitments to those BDCs. So it is certainly a fast-growing segment, and that's reflective of opportunities. Again, this is ultimately funding, mid-sized corporates, so we certainly want to see mid-sized corporates get credit, right? There's no question. I think the question is the risk managed appropriately? Is there enough data by the banks and then by the supervisors of the banks to understand what the risk is? And is there enough market discipline to understand all of that? Now, we try to do some stress testing here. So, basically asking, what is the potential decline in CET1 ratios when we have a stressed event? Again, we do this for the NBFI sector overall. We can't really sort it out in between private credit and private equity. But, if you go far enough into the tail, you do get losses that are worrisome. I think bank supervisors could do, much more here. Our role is to look at the global picture and try to gauge, some magnitudes. So I think, the punchline of all of this is that private credit plays an important role. It's funding mid-sized, risky firms. It's, smaller size than high-yield corporate bonds. We all are used to think about high-yield corporate bonds. So this is perhaps half or a third of the size in terms of any one deal. There is opacity, there is liquidity transformation, there are defaults. We do think more data would be better. And this is good for market discipline. It's good for interconnectivity, for people to understand. We talk to many people that are saying they understand, but from a policy point of view, for us, it is somewhat challenging to understand exactly what the underwriting standards are, how they're evolving, who is holding what risk, etc. But in terms of the spectrum of being very alarmist or being completely reassured, we're somewhere in the middle. Right? We do think there are risks that warrant monitoring. We are not saying, this is the next systemic crisis, but we do think it's something that needs monitoring, in particular the interconnectivity across institutions and across countries. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much for this very good scene setter. I suggest we turn to Andre from Tudor, who is a chief European economist, but who's also done some work on private credit. And yeah,
I can also go over there, whatever.
Podium or
yeah. Thanks very much. I'm speaking in a personal capacity, and my views are not necessarily those of Tudor Capital, needless to say. So as Tobias already suggested, this segment of the market has grown really fast at an annualized rate of 15% or so since 2010. And this has helped to offset, to some extent, not fully, the deleveraging we've seen in other parts of the loan business in the US. So overall leverage of US non-financial businesses actually hasn't gone up over the last 5, 6, 7 years. But private credit certainly has contributed positively while other things have detracted. What I think this points to is that private credit is meeting a genuine demand, both from borrowers and from investors. But as tends to be the case, when something grows very fast, there's a bit of a gold rush, and maybe some practices emerge that aren't quite as sound as the original idea of the business. And that has given rise to commentary like this from some of the greats in the industry. There's an asset bubble, there are cockroaches, and where there's one, there are more. And some have even drawn a comparison to subprime. So let's think about this in the briefness of time a little systematically. The worst combination you can have is unexpectedly shoddy assets in highly leveraged structures financed very short term. Those are exactly the ingredients we had for the subprime crisis in 2008. You can add opacity, interconnectedness, and it makes it worse. So let's look at private credit through this lens of, I would say, 5 dimensions of financial vulnerability. And I would start from observing that there are some important built-in safeguards in this industry, starting with funding structure. So the typical private credit fund collects money for 7, 8, 9, 10 years and invests in bonds with a maturity of 7, 8, 9, 10 years. So there is no maturity mismatch, which prevents exactly the run risk that we had in 2008. There is also relatively limited leverage, typically, and Tobias showed some stats on this, no more than a factor of 2, which of course compares to leverage in bank balance sheets on the order of 10. And talking here about simple leverage, not risk-weighted. Another factor one can say in support of underwriting quality being relatively good in private credit is that these are very private bilateral relationships where a lot more information can be shared than perhaps with a public deal where there are some sensitivities about what information goes out. So you can actually have pretty tight covenants, pretty tight monitoring of your borrowers, and that should ensure sufficient underwriting standards. But as I already said, whenever something looks very attractive, generates high yields, high returns, maybe some entrants that have somewhat laxer standards come into the business, and some people don't ask all the right questions, and then fierce competition that emerges can weaken some of these underwriting practices. And I think the prima facie evidence we have for that is exactly what Tobias showed in terms of the high share of software exposure. Just to give a comparison here, in BDC funds or in these business development corporations, the share of software is now on the order of 20 to 25%, whereas in the high yield market, it's below 5. So you have to ask yourself, why is it that suddenly all these software companies threatened with the AI revolution get money from these funds, and do the lenders really know in all cases that the risk is manageable? So some question marks certainly around asset quality. And the other important point I'd pick here from this list is the third one, where what used to be originally an investor base of very sophisticated entities, pension funds, insurers, sovereign wealth funds, family offices, has become more diverse. There are now retail investors, maybe not you and me, but very high net worth individuals who see an attractive option. And they have been offered something that looks like the holy grail, access to a high yielding, very illiquid set of assets, like a long-term loan in a speculative grade market. And yet they perceive there is liquidity because they can redeem. Now, what some people have learned in a somewhat painful way is that there are some footnotes, and the footnote says you can only redeem up to an aggregate 5% every quarter. And guess what? If a fund comes into disrepute or under a cloud of uncertainty because there was some default, then suddenly everyone wants to come. The usual run dynamics. Now, they cannot run here because there is the 5% a constraint on overall redemptions, and that means there is no fire sale of assets. That's good for financial stability, but as an individual investor in this fund, I'm a little miffed because I thought I could get my money back at will, and I can't. So I'd say this is actually an okay outcome for financial stability, but obviously suboptimal if an investor didn't understand that they were actually buying an illiquid product. I'm going to wrap up here and summarize in some sense the answer to my upfront question. Is this an industry built on solid foundations, or is it a house of cards? I look at it not like an insider who knows everything about this industry, more like a macroeconomist that tries to understand, is this subprime 2.0? My takeaway is it is not. There are generally solid foundations, but also in this house, in this edifice of private credit, there are a few dark corners that we should shine more of a light on. Not only and mainly regulators, I think market discipline can actually go a long way. And I would say even the headline-grabbing experiences of the last 9 months have probably had the positive effect of inoculating the market a bit, alerting people to the risks looming in some corners, and that should allow the market to grow perhaps a bit less fast, but in a more mature fashion. I'll end there.
Thank you. I suggest we turn to Gillian Edgeworth for a more macro perspective on this, even more macro perspective on this.
Thanks, Jean. I just want to start by thanking a couple of my colleagues. Emily Bannister leads our private credit business, and Shurt Vakil is our financials analyst and does a lot of work in BDCs. So they took the time to try and get me up to speed here, so appreciate that. I just want to make 3 broad points today. First, on private markets and the likelihood of continued growth and innovation ahead when you take a multi-year horizon. The second is just risks emanating from some of the stress that we're seeing in private credit markets right now. And just a final point then on asset prices more globally and what they could or could not mean for the global cycle. So just to start with private markets more broadly, and what is the case for continued growth, potentially including in private credit, not just private markets more broadly. Let's start with maybe private equity. So private equity transactions last year were 2% of what they were in public equity markets. So it's obviously a much smaller market. Why go to private equity markets? The upsides are one, greater longer term capital alignment. So as you're building a business, you don't need to report quarterly. You can invest for the medium to long term and be less near term focused, lower governance and regulatory costs in terms of issuing. And then if reduced exposure to competitive information. So if you're growing a business and would prefer to make some things non-public to maintain an edge, private markets allow you to do that. Private credit, depending on how you measure it, it's a market of $2 to $3 trillion. And it's one that, as we've learned here already today, it has grown quickly. We think that much of what you're seeing in private credit is essentially mirroring a lot of what's already happening in public fixed income markets. So we've talked a lot today about BDC and direct lending, but it is a market that starts with low spread, low risk investment grade lending. There's issuance there of about 100 billion a year, and overlap with public fixed income market issuers there is only about 10 to 15%. So you do see higher quality, smaller issuers gaining access to funding there. Other safer parts of the market or lower yielding parts of the market, infrastructure and real estate, that are also present in public fixed income markets. And then you go the whole way up the credit spectrum, or down the credit spectrum, if you wish to say, to venture lending and distressed debt. So again, why go to private credit rather than just issue a public bond? It can be done more quickly. The costs of it at times can be lower. In some cases, covenants are stronger, not weaker. You have flexibility over the time horizon over which you draw down the loans and how that is structured. And again, issues around disclosures. So let's say a sports team wants to keep salaries private, or a private company doesn't want to issue a prospectus to keep an edge in some terms of their competitive information. That all fits in with the trend where you're seeing companies come to IPO later stage as well in terms of their growth. So just as with public companies, many private companies now are larger than what they were a decade ago. So if you think about OpenAI at 300 billion, Anthropic at 180, Stripe at almost 100. 10 years ago, the largest out there was probably going to be Uber at about 50 billion. So as we look at this, we see quite a diverse market that has developed in parts quite rapidly over the last few years. My second point is really stress in private markets, of private credit markets in particular of late, and how to interpret that and what that means for this part of the market going forward. Now, as we've discussed, private credit has grown rapidly. There are some areas of stress right now. And we are reluctant to equate that with systemic risk. It's something that could rock the boat as we see it, rather than sink the ship. Over the coming quarters, I think there's a couple of things that are going to be quite important in terms of seeing whether this market matures from here. Signs of stress at full employment, we're seeing defaults climb higher. Some of that is fraud, lending that was over-collateralized or collateralized more than once. And equally, the market reaction, if you look at things like equity prices for private asset managers, was pretty indiscriminate in March. The sort of equity share price moves you were seeing in asset managers was pretty similar, irrespective of their exposure to BDCs and what portion of their AUM that represented. Going forward, we think that's going to see due diligence step up. There are ways to access the sort of information that you need to avoid these situations, and that is more likely to happen going forward. And the more often it happens, the more constructive that is. In areas of private credit, there is also beginning to be a shift towards daily pricing. Now, there's a limit to how much the market can do that, but that is probably going to help improve transparency going forward. In terms of leverage on these structures, if we think of the GFC and the banks running 20 to 30 times, right now this is equivalent to 1 to 2 times. So it's a very different type of leverage. A couple of final points on this. One is just on the evergreen BDCs or the type of private credit that's been discussed here quite a bit. Actually implementing those caps, we think in the next few quarters, is going to be quite important. And making sure that there's as much education out there for investors who are investing in these products regularly to ensure that they understand those caps is quite important. The average duration on some of these products is pretty low, 5 to 7 years. So if you think of a cap that allows you to withdraw 5% a quarter, which is where we are right now, that allows you to manage this product down very smoothly over a 5 to 7 year period if those caps are kept in place. Just one other last point. There's been some discussion of the high yield market here, and I think maybe one nuance that isn't very visible is just how public high yield fixed income markets, particularly in the US, have improved in terms of credit quality. So the average rating within a high yield public fixed income product these days has moved up towards double Bs. The amount of triple Cs in that product has fallen out quite a bit. And some of that has moved to the private credit market, and that's where we're seeing some of the stresses now. So not to say that there hasn't been new risk added to the market, but some of what we're seeing is just a shift in that risk to different parts of the market. Just a final point on asset valuations and the cycle. There is a broader question around where asset valuations are right now and how they're going to impact macro outcomes going forward. Private markets are part of that, but far from the full story. And then how resilient is the economy going to be if there is a turn in asset prices? So private credit rocks the boat, doesn't sink the ship. Private credit exposures on a standalone basis, in our sense, is manageable as well, acknowledging the interlap or the overlap of exposures between private equity and private credit. But this is happening at a time when US stock valuations are 250% of US GDP. Spread levels on US IG markets, EM markets, high yield markets, 10th percentile or tighter. And more people active in financial markets, given some of the tech and financial innovation that we've seen, and that's generating a wealth effect that we haven't had to measure in the past the way we do today. And against this backdrop, we have a cycle that is very AI driven. It's not a cycle we've seen before. The investment amounts involved are very large. And unlike, say, the internet or software cycle, this is really about hard assets. So it's impacting large parts of the global economy, even if the US dominates the headlines at this point. So think about the need for commodities, boosting exports in many countries, infrastructure needs like data centers, and energy needs. Put it another way, this is a high nominal GDP growth world that supports high asset prices that, again, feeds into high nominal GDP growth. I think we've learned today that returning inflation to target at this stage in the cycle is tricky. But at some stage, that acceleration in investment that we're seeing, that acceleration in asset prices that we're seeing right now, will slow, and the cycle will turn, and could put some pressure on labor markets at the same time. So just, as we try to think ahead about, asset valuations in the cycle, it's all moving in one direction right now. And just being open to how to manage the interconnectedness between not only private markets, public markets, and the AI cycle going forward.
Thank you, Gillian. And I think the link to the AI capex cycle is very welcome, given the importance that private credit has on financing this cycle. I think we're run through the phase where the capex boom was financed through cash flow. Now, most of the Max 7 companies are negative cash flow, so a lot of that is going to be financed going forward through credit, and most likely through private credit. So I think the link between everything we've said on private credit and this AI capex boom is super important. Marcelo Esteban from the IIF with a few slides as well. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much. I'm struggling a little bit because we all saying the same thing in different ways. So let me try to, I don't know, skip some stuff and how do I do this? It's not.
Yeah, the green one.
Yeah.
Just have to hit it hard.
Oh, I see. So let me maybe change a bit my notes, and let's say that, let me start from the obvious point that the macro environment, the private markets and public markets face is the same. So the debate around private credit often begins with institutions themselves, but I would begin with the environment in which they operate. So a little bit of a macroeconomist try to understand if this matters and how it matters. And over the last few years, we have seen a broad repricing of long-term interest rates across major economies, treasuries, gilts, bonds, and increasingly even JGBs have all moved higher. We talk about fiscal deficits, geopolitical fragmentation, energy uncertainty, the AI investment cycle. She also said, I thought I had one thing that's new to say, and she said, they have all contributed to an environment in which long-term rates are higher and more volatile than investors had become accustomed to during the decade after the GFC. So the key point maybe that I can make is slightly different than what has been made before, is that private markets are not operating outside that environment. They are absorbing the same macro shocks as public markets, but the difference is that they absorb it more slowly. So that's the message so public markets adjust continuously through prices. Private markets adjust episodically through transactions, marks, refinancing, and negotiations. And I think maybe that's a useful distinction to keep in mind. And in this environment, one of the consequences that liquidity is being generated differently. These charts, they capture what I think is one of the most important developments in private markets. So on the left side, I think Tobias presented a very similar chart. So dry powder remains quite elevated, is that the black line. And while IPO, which is a way that you kind of recycle capital has been quite weak. So capital has accumulated faster than it has been recycled. And as a result, the system has increasingly relied on things like continuation vehicles, secondaries, net asset value financing, when you basically use your portfolio to borrow more. There is an increase in payment in kind, which basically you instead of paying interest on your leverage, you basically add the interest to the total amount of loan that you have. So there's all these different ways of attracting liquidity that we see in the market. And I do not see them as inherently problematic. These are kind of irrational responses to a world in which financing conditions change rapidly and exit opportunities like IPO become scarcer. But that does mean that there's a bit of, I'll call engineered liquidity. in a low rate environment. So this low adjustment could look like some resilience, but in a higher rate environment, the same feature could look like delay. And then I understand why the BIS, the IMF, they're kind of concerned about, let's keep an eye on this, because again, the focus that I'm giving here is that it takes a while for this stress to show up in private credit. So yeah, but I said public markets are repricing faster than private markets. High yield spreads widen, leverage loan markets became more selective, and listed alternative managers have underperformed. We've heard the stories. Private markets have moved less. I mean, many of these, let's call funds or vehicles, do not have to mark to market. And I would interpret that primarily as a difference in adjustment speed again, rather than a difference in underlying economic recovery, reality. Now, I would avoid direct comparisons with 2008, which is another topic that I think maybe Tobias touched a little bit, but we haven't focused as much. I mean, private credit is funded differently from banking. We all know that, use less maturity transformation, and remains relatively small compared with broad credit system. I mean, this chart showed the estimated private credit lending. So that's basically as a percentage of households and business debt and loans. So that's direct lending as a percentage of total debt and loans is about 4% now. Yeah, surely it has grown pretty fast since 2010, but in particular after Dodd-Frank passed, but it's still pretty small. And because of this difference, the challenge is not a classic deposit flight that you'd see in a financial crisis. It is that stress that increasingly moves through like a refinancing pressure. There's a valuation kind of a drift that is not quite value these vehicles because they don't have to move as fast as prices in public markets. There's a lot of liability management exercises, and Tobias' presentation mentioned some of that, and different financial structures that we do not quite understanding. Now, the chart basically show that this low credit cycle is becoming more visible. So BDCs, no accruals are rising. Deterioration is uneven. I mean, direct lending still carries a very large premium over syndicated loans. That's the yellow area that you see on the right-hand chart. And the borrower quality and refinancing needs are increasingly driving outcomes. So there is something there, but given the smallness of the market and the fact that it's structured differently, it makes me maybe less concerned than, let's call it, the official organizations. Now, the semi-liquid structure also reduces volatility and visibility, which is a problem. And that I can see that as being a source of worry, a particular source of worry. I think Gillian mentioned evergreen private credit inflows have slowed sharply. You see on the left-hand side of this exhibit. Redemptions pressure, like I mentioned, makes illiquid assets harder to manage. So you can there's just so much you can impede investors to get to the money. And the fact that these gates have been brought up, of course, makes me concerned about particular parts of this market. Now, Gillian also mentioned AI, and I think that's maybe the most interesting development to me, is that borrower level dispersion is increasing. You see in the right-hand chart. AI, for instance, which is a key sector to explain economic growth in the United States and many parts of the global economy, is supporting growth while simultaneously differentiating winners and losers more aggressively, particularly in software and in technology lending, like Tobias mentioned. So that creates a more selective credit environment than we have seen in many years. So there is some distribution effects. There is some loan providers that may be doing worse than others. And part of this is masked by the way this industry works. There is a slower price revealing process. So my conclusion, I think, is kind of clear in some sense, to me at least. It's like I'm not overly concerned about private markets. They are not replacing, quote unquote, the credit cycle, but they are changing the way the credit cycle moves through the financial system. And I think the key question for investors, regulators, and policymakers, I think, is increasingly about visibility, timing, how fast this adjustment is. Again, if you're in a different situation with lower interest rates, you could say, oh, private credit is doing well because, we don't have prices adjusting as fast, but that's just a characteristic of this sector. And I would say that, just to finalize, that why this sector grew so much, and that's clear in one of the charts, it grew so much because we regulated banking in a tougher way. And we can have a whole discussion if it's too tough or it's not tough enough. But then this risk is going to move somewhere else in the financial sector. The only way for you to eliminate this, to be a bit ideological in some sense, is to eliminate capitalism in some sense. And you don't want to go that far. So that balance is something that one needs to be careful about it. So I would certainly not say these issues that you are bringing up, I don't think are reasons to regulate more this sector.
Thank you very much. We've talked a lot about the interaction with the banking system, so I suggest that we end with a banker's perspective on this. Boštjan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hrvatska Narodna Banka, for inviting me again. I don't know why I deserve to be invited every year, but thank you very much. I really enjoy it, so much appreciation. What I'd like to present is the banking angle in the growth of private credit and then private credit ecosphere, and how do banks deal with increased leverage transactions and particularly supervisory pressure there. And the way, I'm not going to repeat the core risk. Private credit growth, of course, has shifted leverage and credit risk into less transparent, less supervised channels. But what is the role of the banks there? Whenever you produce a new credit, your RWAs increase, your capital requirements increase, and then all of a sudden something called like synthetic risk transfers appeared, and then banks are heavily getting engaged in synthetic risk transfers. And it is even more telling that nobody likes to call them synthetic risk transfers. The semantics there really matters. Now we're talking about significant risk transfer because it's much more appealing that synthetic risk transfers. And what do? We're literally selling the part of our exposures to the same private credit ecosphere that is currently still being financed through other sources, but we are seeing that the same guys that are buying synthetic risk transfers are also getting the loans from the banks, and then all of a sudden the loop is closed. And then in this respect, of course, individual bank has offloaded the risk, but this risk has not disappeared from the system. This risk is accumulating somewhere in the system, and then as individually indemnified, it is growing somewhere else. And then this is particularly in the case of Europe, where there is very little cross-border crediting. The risk the significant risk transfer or synthetic risk transfers are all of a sudden becoming the cross-border, because we don't know where they go, and then how is that accumulated and aggregated in the system. A very telling story about Germany last year when Wirecard was finally coming to the news, was the story of Deutsche and Commerzbank. Deutsche was exposed to Wirecard much more than Commerzbank, but Commerzbank was hit with the losses much more than Deutsche. And Deutsche literally publicly confirmed that they indemnified the losses through the SRTs. And that was a story in the Financial Times, and it was like, how how did they do it? I can tell you from the KBC perspective, we are a mid-size European bank. And in last year, the story of the SRTs, talking about 1-2% of the RWAs, all of a sudden become 10% story in a span of a year. And this is for me adding the angle to what all of you said, in how the banks are getting into the story. And again, European banks are in the lead there. European banks, and then parallel to CDO story from 15 years ago, it's very telling again. It is European banks that are leading. They're selling to the very small number of specialized funds and institutional investors. Both of you mentioned some of them, Apollo, KKR, Blackstone. They're all the same guys who are also buying the SRTs. And for me, that of course creates maybe too connected to fail risk that might re-emerge. Opacity tends to increase, and there is this cross-border market that is very difficult to measure. There is this, it should be not bank leverage, back leverage creates the pro-cyclical exposure. There is a typo there. And then for me, that is something that might still not be in the volumes big enough to create concern, but it is, as we discussed earlier, there is a bubble when there is a bubble. So you see it only when it bursts. So for me, that is very significant development, which is, and that is for me the irony, somehow produced also by the supervisors. Supervisors are literally by requesting more capital for more exposures, also pushing us, the banks, into the SRTs. There is SRTs for SSM are something that is highly appreciated, and this is what banks started to do. If KBC, not as I said, mid-sized banks, is doing it, I would assume that other banks are doing it even more, and that is something that of course creates and it might create a problem. And for me, what is
and the SSM is not imposing limits on the use of SRTs.
No. Though they're coming with through EBA guidelines in terms of the highly leveraged transaction ratios, putting the constraints or setting up the ceilings, which of course banks are trying to overcome and then cut short, and that's why we started to use the SRTs. So I guess there is very recent survey by the FSB. I just provided the summary, but I think the bottom line there, as an alternative to ambitious implications, incentives for the shift should be reconsidered. It is incentive for the banks, that is, or let's put it differently, supervisors are incentivizing banks to use the SRTs. So it is for me closing the doom loop that might have some similar implications and conclusions as 15, 16 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the whole panel for a very comprehensive discussion. With that, I open the floor. I see a few, the two Christians here, and then two questions here.
First, a quick comment. I fully would highlight what Bastian said. That's true. This SRT lending is very interesting. It's very capital efficient for banks, and it works as long as there's no correlation risk. Your VARs are okay because senior losses elsewhere, and it's exactly. I mean, I'm not saying exactly, but it does remind of CDOs of global financial crisis, because when something correlated happens, that's when it suddenly starts coming back. So that was just a comment. Two quick questions. One is, Tobias, you said you don't seem to agree to the cockroaches. You said we don't see it as a systemic risk, but if you see it in two instances, why would you think that there's not more? Because I agree that in principle, private credit is there. You have a close relationship, so that gives you more insight and that improves the relation, but it also could lead to laziness. So, why don't you agree with the cockroach statement made by Diamond? And then the second one is maybe a bit particular, but are you concerned with regard to funds that the current situation in the Middle East, which is a lot of the private credit funding is coming from sovereign wealth funds out of that region, which maybe no longer have the appetite and capacity in a way to continue to fund or maybe even to call back? Do you consider that as a potential particular risk emanating from the ongoing war?
Yeah, my question is, what is driving the growth of private credit? We heard a number of hypotheses, many of them from Jillian, many of them I found very, agree with fully. One I'm not entirely sure about, that was, he said that there may be companies that don't want to see the salaries of the management in the newspaper, so they prefer to do private credit instead of doing a bond prospectus. I mean, that's possible, but this sort of sudden longing for privacy, this burst of shyness, of decency, as if they had all spent a summer in a Georgian monastery. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that's really the reason why we had this growth in private credit. If they don't want to see the newspaper, the salary in the newspaper, they could just get a bank loan. No, so I actually see two other reasons why private credit has grown. The first one is regulatory arbitrage, yeah? And that to me seems to be the main reason. And then if we do have stress in the private credit sector now, because regulatory arbitrage is coming to an end, well, then we really should be mooring. No? If the whole thing is driven by regulatory arbitrage, then let them sort out the problems. And the other reason why we've seen this massive growth in private credit could be that this is a sort of a desired effect of ultra-loose monetary. It's a desired effect of ultra-loose monetary policy. You do quantitative easing, you drive down long-term interest rates, you drive people into liquid, high-yielding assets, such as private credit, because you want to ease financing conditions. But this is a thing of the past. We don't want these very easy financial conditions anymore. So if that's the case, then stress in the private sector is something totally warranted. It's what we want. We want tightening of financial conditions, and then we shouldn't be worrying about that. So my question is really, what is driving private credit, and the fact that we have issues now in private credit, should we worry about it, or is it actually an intended consequence?
Thank you. We take two more here, and Ulrich Berhan.
Yeah, I've been following this private credit matter, but let me say something on the history of this conference, which is very relevant to the presentation that you've given. I was in the first conference in 1995. I came to 31 out of 32 conferences. In 2007, early July, there was a panel similar to this one on the housing boom and the subprime. Early July. A few years later, there was a panel on the debt crisis in Europe, sovereign debt crisis. And as we left the room, it was the announcement by Draghi of the whatever it takes. Now, I work 20 years in 3 IFIs, including the World Bank and the EBRD, and I work along the IMF in missions. And when I read the financial stability reports of the last 2 or 3 years and the presentation of Tobias, not only do I have shivers, I have tremors. Because the way they present the downside risk, if you read between the lines and you have the skill of knowing how to translate that, it tells you that something is about, I mean, my opinion, something is about to break. And I repeat, I think this is a slow-moving crisis around the corner, not very far from now. And it really reminds me of this panel on the subprime that took place in 2007, early July.
One last question for this round by Ulrich.
Thank you very much. Comment and a question. So it's what I've heard here now is kind of consistent with what I've heard just a couple of days ago. So there's this FSB private credit report, and I think there's also in the ECB financial stability report or review. There's also a chapter on that, and it kind of matches what we've been hearing here. So that yes, the concerns, the stability concerns are not as strong, but a space to be watched. So kind of to borrow from, who was it now? I forgot. To the dark corners, so put some light in the dark corners, please, basically, no? And again, as somebody else said, I mean, this is actually maybe a good outcome of the regulatory changes, that this stuff is not on banks' balance sheets, but actually on outside. Of course, it still raises the question of regulatory arbitrage. Now, the question I have, and I guess I'm going to put it in a provocative way. So some people on the other side of the Atlantic say, well, we might have gone too far in the bank regulation, and that's why this stuff goes outside the banking system. Well, let's lower capital requirements. Maybe it comes back, and so we level the playing field. Now, I don't agree with that, but I'd like to hear the view of the panelists on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Who wants to take what? Tobias, you start?
Sure, happy to start. There were many questions, and let me try to perhaps rank them by what I found most striking. So the first question is really about this banking regulation and the regulatory arbitrage issue. And I would point to two facts here. So the first one is that, clearly banks have provided credit lines to private credit, right? So the typical deal, from what we can see, is about 30% of total credit is added on via bank credit. And so that's a profitable business for banks, right? There's no question. They don't do that. They're not forced to do that. They make money with that. I mean, the second point I would make is that when I talk to bankers that are running private credit businesses out of banks, what they're telling me is that, so I typically ask them, what is your cost of capital? Okay. How do you think about your cost of capital running private credit out of a banking organization? And the answer I get is that it is the ROE of the firm, i.e. they are using basically the capital of the firm, or on the margin, they would think about, raising capital of the firm in order to run private credit. So, and they don't, from what I understand, they don't feel that they are at a cost disadvantage in the cost of raising equity capital relative to private credit firms. So in that sense, and that is, that has, I think, been true for a couple of years. And in fact, you see banks getting into private credit, as a proprietary business, i.e. using their own capital, right? And so I think both of these arguments, for me, question this story about regulatory arbitrage. And this is straight from, market intel. Secondly, the 2007 question, right? So can you sleep at night, or do you have, some sort of, how worried are we? So as I said, we are at the fund, we're somewhere in the middle, right? So we don't think there are no risks. We do think there are risks that warrant being monitored, and that is underwriting standards, i.e. credit losses, exposures of banks, insurance companies, pension funds, exposures across borders, etc. And, we spend a lot of time doing stress testing of those things, and we think the magnitudes are sort of reasonable relative to other credit classes, right? So relative to what is on the loan book of banks or in high yield, it seems of comparable magnitude from what we can see. Now, the caveats are we can't see everything. But on the other hand, it's not obvious to us that there is, this massive tail risk insurance, the AIGFP kind of thing out there. We don't see the kind of, drastic maturity transformation where, these AAA tranches are funded in money markets, right? So, I do think that the public sector, including, central banks, IFIs, like the FSB, BIS, IMF, I do think we have put a lot more resources into financial stability assessments. And, when I compare to what we do today relative to what I remember doing in 2004, 2005, I do think we have a much better understanding just of the breadth of what's going on. I mean, we just didn't have that magnitude of understanding of the interconnectivity, how to think about, all these issues. So I would argue that you can take some comfort, because I do think we have put more resources into financial stability assessments, and I would argue we're somewhat better. Now, the last question I will take is this question of Christian number 2, about what is driving the growth. So why have we seen this massive growth of private credit? And so I totally agree with Marcello's point that this is all in the macroeconomic environment, right? I mean, it's kind of like an equilibrium outcome. I mean, I think it's a kind of financial inclusion, and that is what is happening, right? So, and these are fairly small firms. So there is a shift recently with the move to big tech, right? So nowadays, through these asset-based finance, technology firms, AI firms are being funded, and these are like multi-billion-dollar deals, right? So that I think is a little bit novel, and I think there we can argue about the AI cycle. That's a point that was made by several. But I think the traditional private credit, direct lending, these are like fairly small firms. So the deals will be like 100 million, 200 million or so. And it was just not a priority for the banks, from my understanding. Again, talking to bankers, they're like, well, we were chasing the 4, 5, 6, 700 million dollar deals, not the 200, 300, right? But, it clearly became visible that if you collect a lot of those 100, 200, 300 million deals, you still have, pretty high returns, and you have sort of like a sizable market share, which is why the banks now are getting into it, using their private, their own capital to get into it. So I think it's a kind of like a story of financial inclusion of those mid-sized firms that were underserved, right? I just don't think it's a regulatory capital story. And the Middle East question, I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes, but I don't have any particular insight there.
Add a bit to, no, I agree with your answers, Tobias. Back to your question on compared to 2007, I bet in that seminar, if someone had said, I know the housing prices are going to come down, everybody would agree there would be a catastrophe. I think there was a lack of appreciation for the fact that housing prices could fall nationally in the United States. And we don't have anything like that here. Everybody has mortgages. Everybody has. Yeah, no, but see, what I'm saying is, I remember there was discussion. I was at the IMF, and actually in 2008, I was the mission chief to the US. So it's like, so I remember those discussions. So I cannot claim it's my fault, but I got the result. No, I mean, that was the biggest argument. That is, the underlying asset is housing mortgage. And for this to be really systemic, you need housing price to decline. And then this is not going to happen, never happen. And then it did happen. So the base of the risk is huge, was huge there. Here, it's not as huge for the reasons that Tobias was mentioning. I think there is less of a...
But here we have an underlying asset, which is this AI CapEx.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I was going to say. So my second, what will make me lose sleep, and have been writing about this on the macro side, if there is a crash in AI valuations. then I think I actually am not as concerned about private credit. I'm concerned about the growth in the US economy, unemployment rate, and because the US growth right now is quite narrow. It's quite based on the strength of that sector. So then, yes, on AI, I'll be concerned. But I think it's a bigger shock than private credit. But
why private credit? I mean, from European perspective, I usually unnerve my new colleagues at the KBC by saying that banking is not rocket science. You produce credit if you have a good collateral. And coming back to what Tobias said on software finance, banks cannot do this. I mean, we cannot properly assess the collateral. So we're creating the room for somebody else to step in, and this somebody else is coming from private funds, institutional investors. And that is one side of the story. The other side of the story is, of course, the supervisory prudence and the strictness, which for whatever leverage transactions you do, it dramatically increases your risk-weighted assets, and then this affects the capital. So we are, struggling there, but trying to be part of it, but cannot. And so there are different ways of how, and then I said one way of us getting in the market is through these SRTs, where we're trying to reduce the risk-weighted assets, and that's it. But there's very important thing or initiative that are, and particularly in Europe, where there is very little cross-border crediting. If any bank wants to do any cross-border banking, they need to buy the subsidiary in the country that they want to do any crediting, and then you do the credit. But it is something, I think in France, I think there was this TB initiative, which created this public-private partnership where banks started to be part of the initiative of financing the technological sector, and that is something that in Europe, of course, lags behind the US, and that is where the private credit market is being created out of necessity to fill the void that the banks, particularly European banks, cannot step in.
Gillian?
So just to address, why is this happening? Part of it is bank regulation. And we saw another round of increase in private credit lending after SVB, the regional banks being increasingly regulated as well. And if you want to layer on top of that, I think there is a part of the market associated with some of the direct lending that did see an increase in competition. So between private credit bank loans and Eurobond issuance. So you put some of those things together and you can call it growing pains, but we're already seeing at full employment some issues come through. And I think that's partly a market that is learning by doing at this point, given how young the market is and the pace at which it's growing. I think there is also a component to this, which is innovation and ability to lend to meaningfully sized, but smaller than Eurobond level or Eurobond sized companies to allow them to grow. And there are definitely parts of this market that are very well researched. And I think that investment is only stepping up. Yeah, what to say? I mean, why is this not 2008? I think it just comes back to some of the metrics we've been given in terms of leverage, in terms of the amount of dry powder. Will those 5% limits on withdrawals stay? If they don't, that's really tough. If they do, and we can educate folks on what they're investing in, that's going to be a constructive step forward.
Well, there's very little to add at this point, but maybe to Christian's question, I think there is the aspect of maybe financial inclusion, maybe regulatory arbitrage, and I don't consider regulatory arbitrage as a four-letter word. I might use a different word, response to a regulatory environment. If regulators say we don't want banks to extend certain business, or only if they have very strong capital underpinnings, then it's natural for other players to step in. So I think even if that may not be the whole story, I think it's a legitimate explanation. The other two that I've come across is first, search for yield. Clearly, we had a very long period after 2010 with very, very low interest rates, and people have been looking for other ways to earn interest. Now, that might make you concerned. However, we've obviously seen since 2021, a very sharp interest hiking cycle in the US to 525 to 550, and yet the wheels didn't come off this industry. So I would say it has passed at least some measure of a stress test. The third reason that often comes up is the growth of private equity, because private credit is often an annex to private equity. So private equity fund buys a company, wants to lever it up, gets private credit to get the leverage to the desired ratio. And I think as private credit has clearly done very well, partly for reasons that Marcelo explained, they don't have to market every day. They mark to model even every quarter, thereby creating maybe a mirage of a better Sharpe ratio on their returns. Whatever the case may be, they've done very well. And I think on the back of that, private credit has also done quite well.
Are there any burning questions? Otherwise, I suggest we bring this to a close and offer everybody a short break before we meet at 7:30 for shuttle to dinner, right?
Can I just have a very private message for Boris? I'm very proud to be your friend. Our friendship goes back 25 years, if you remember, in Rio. I cannot tell much about it, but happens in Rio, stays in Rio. You've done it, you've made it, you nailed it, not only for yourself, for Croatia, for all transition economies, but even more for the benefit of the ECB. So
I actually have a
heartfelt congratulations.
I have a remark on that. I think Boris showed awful judgment by accepting the ECB job, because I think that means you're going to come here less often. But anyway, I'm happy for you, for your professional growth, if you want to call. But I think showed some lack of judgment what matters in life. But anyway, good luck.